All right. The Alaboom, as they say.
Boom.
Today I have on my Land from the Lost Slee Stack hat. If you want a cool Land of the Lost Slee Stack hat, go to angryminnow.com.
Never trust this Slee Stack.
A fine US based, Minnesota based a company selling all kinds of cool hats and shirts and whatever. Anyway, how's your last week?
Yeah, rough. Yeah, weather, noise.
Noise.
They're still digging up this fucking street for 4 months now. They're almost done.
What are they doing? What are they doing to your street?
At this point, I don't know what they're not doing to the street. Is they dug up for the main water line. They did something with the rain runoff lines. They may be doing something with the sewer line. I don't know. Right now, they're working on the blacktop. They're almost finished.
Going down. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Scotty.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
It's like the falling down thing. They have to work so they can keep their budget, right? So
Well, no, this has been going on. It's just not my street. It just seems like my street's taking long. They did the whole development. They actually are doing my street and the one behind me simultaneously. But from what I understand, the subcontractor came in before with the water lines weren't up to par. So they had to come back and redo some stuff. But yeah, hopefully that'll be done at the end of this week. It'll be nice not to hear, backhoes every fucking day. Yeah. But other than that, not much. I did get a chuckle. I went to the dispensary, and everybody has a line of weed today. Like the guy who played Urkel, Jameel White, was that his name? Jim Belushi has a line. Mike Tyson has a line. And I got Mike Tyson gummies. You see the cover?
no.
It's an ear with the chunk missing off the top.
Nice.
Each gummy's like that inside, though. I thought that was funny.
I still remember hearing about seeing that
Which time?
I was at a bar or something. I was actually at a sports bar, and then the thing popped up and said Mike Tyson disqualified from match for biting. And me and the people I were with were like, what?
I was watching the fight. Yeah, the Holyfield. Yeah, the first one.
That moment, man. Mills Lane became a household name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ref.
They asked him. He said, I remember a quote was, they said, "What did he say?" I said, "You're disqualified." And he said, "Why? I didn't do anything." And I said, "Bullshit! You bit him." So. Yeah, then he had one of those live Judge Judy type things, or
with his wife or something.
No, it was just him. It was Judge Mills Lane. And then he would come out there and he'd actually he came out and he had the whole robe on, and and he was there to listen to the people. This guy ran into my garage and he owes me $1,000, whatever. And he would rap his game. Let's get it on. And he'd hit the yeah. So there's that then. He had a
There's that.
There is that then.
There is
people love those reality shows about being a judge. They love that stuff.
People love reality shows in general for some reason.
I mean,
all them Judge Judy, the Jerry Springer's, or not reality shows, I guess, talk show. I don't know what you would call them. What would that genre be?
I mean, I would just call it what would I call that? I would call it
Courtroom drama? I don't-
courtroom reality, maybe.
Yeah.
Would that work? That work? I don't know. I mean, whatever. People like it. I mean, I'm kind of over.
People? Yeah, me too.
Well, yeah. We always say stuff like that. That's the other thing I was thinking about today. Everybody's like, people just drive me crazy or whatever. We always say stuff like that. Like we try to like, but the thing is that people really aren't. It just
No,
it's
I
still.
I seriously am. You forget, I spend 16 hours a day alone. So like, you got a
Well,
lot of
that has,
time.
but I mean, the thing is that like if you like had a group of people that you enjoyed their company and you got back into it, like you wouldn't be like that. I mean, that's like
Yeah. I get impatient with people anymore. I find it's just like cut to the bullshit. Just get to the point. That's
well,
how
that's
I
just
feel.
getting old, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I think the older we get, the less we kind of deal with BS from people, right? It's just kind of like I don't know. Scott can agree or disagree here and chime in, but I mean, it's one of those things where we kind of this is just me. I don't know if this is true or not, but I mean, for me, what I look at it as is that we kind of, I don't know, is it like even subconsciously, we like, I don't have that much time left. I don't got time dealing with all this garbage. I'm not gonna listen to these people,
Is that
like,
is that how
it's
you
just,
see it, Scott? I don't.
What was the situation? What was the
well,
what was
just
the
people
start?
in
I missed the
general.
beginning.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
no, I
doesn't
mean,
care
just,
about our
But you're saying
conversation.
you're not. What was the start of the conversation? What did you?
Well, so Barry was saying that he just doesn't want to deal with people anymore.
I get
because
impatient with him. Yeah.
you get impatient, and which is fine. I
Oh,
think
sure.
I think getting impatient with people is absolutely a thing,
Yeah,
right?
I don't want to tolerate. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Whatever. It's not because I
But
don't have time to live. I just don't want to waste my time.
Yeah, that's what sort of how I
I
was
mean,
thinking.
it's just a generic
Yeah.
feeling of like, wow, I'm wasting a lot of time doing this and driving to every McDonald's to find a McDonald's.
shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Getting around, giving you shit. By the way, got my glasses.
Oh, finally. They look
There
like
they
the other
are.
ones. But your camera keeps going
I
out,
can
so
see.
Is
Well, that's good.
that good or bad?
It's good in some ways and bad in others, but yeah, whatever. Reading is a little tricky because these are
The
not reading
bifocals.
glasses. These are bifocals,
Yeah.
or they're progressive. So it's like a
Jen was saying she uses
transition from
them.
one to the other.
She get used to walking around and all that in them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It feels weird. It definitely feels weird to see stuff. Because normally I would have readers on my nose and then I'd be looking sort of across readers to whatever. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
it's fine. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to have glasses now that I can actually see shit. Like I can see across the edge of my room right now. I can see everything.
That's always a plus.
Yeah.
You couldn't before or what?
I had 70 or 80, 2080.
Well, yeah, but I've seen you wear glasses before. Did you just need a
Those
new
are
prescription?
readers.
They were reading late. You said that last time.
Oh.
Yeah, those are readers. I couldn't read, but I
Yeah.
was like, I also couldn't see far, but I never really needed to.
Yeah, you don't drive or anything.
I don't really drive. Michelle
Yeah.
drives, so never really needed to. So I kind of went through the past few years without being able to see past. I mean, I can see. It's just everything's was blurry. It's just
Seeing's overrated, Scott.
A blurry vision from distance.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
that's
was
where I
like,
can see the reflection of the and I can see the polarization on here.
Polar.
But,
Oh, you got a screen on your screen.
well, they're polarized glasses, right? So they go dark. But I can
Oh,
see
them
it
ones. I hated them
when I'm
things.
looking at myself.
I hated them transition things. Up here where
Huh.
it gets cold, if you go from the cold into the heat, you go blind. You just can't. They go dark. You can't see. I don't know how it would be down there with you, but up here in the cold, I
I'm fine
bought
with
them specifically for driving. Then I found out that they don't work through the glass in the car. So they were,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Okay.
At the time, they
Well,
wouldn't
you
go
never know.
dark.
I've not driven yet, so we'll find
Yeah.
out soon. But we haven't had a sunny day since I got them, so it's been overcast for the past 2 days. So maybe tomorrow.
Maybe.
Sun.
Yeah, we just got
So did
done
you
a
guys
week
see
around.
Essen stuff? Did you watch any of the massive amounts of Essen news
I-
coming out?
I've been watching. I
No,
always want to
I
call
don't
him
think
Slicker
there wasn't
Doodle.
very much video.
Slicker
but-
Drop's been doing a playthrough of certain games. I've been watching a few of them. He did Oak and
Oh, Essen release games.
Yeah,
But he
there was
didn't
a
go to
couple of
Essen
them.
to do video.
I
did
don't
he?
know if he did. I don't think he did.
Okay. I only saw a couple days. I watched the Czech games streams,
I forgot all about them actually.
but I'm not a good watcher of those streams because just
Yeah,
and I don't want to throw shade on them, but I'm like, I think people are always they were saying they were doing it because they missed the BGG stream, and I'm like, I don't think anybody really cares about this stuff anymore. Such a small group of people like
there
wanna
were. I
watch.
mean, there. Well, so if I can,
Don't want to say anything publicly.
yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I think they really love the fact that you did it, so they didn't have to, right?
I could be that.
You know, I mean, like, because I saw a lot of people say, "Oh, well, BGG isn't doing a stream, so we're gonna do our own stream," kind of thing. It was like one of those things, like they said that.
No,
Where I
that
was
was
like-
check. They didn't say it like that, but they said it. They said they were going to do one, but they missed the BGG stream. Wasn't that what they said? Well, that was what Tony
I
said.
don't remember. I mean, I don't know
'Cause, like,
exactly
'cause you were
I don't-
chiming in.
and I don't want
Yeah.
to put words on people's mouths, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's one of those things where I think a lot of people were like, "Oh, like it would have been really cool if we wouldn't have had to do this," and so in a way they probably appreciated a great deal that you were doing.
Oh
this.
no, I mean, people always thanked us for it. I mean, I'm not like saying I didn't
Yeah,
feel
I
like
didn't.
that. I mean, I'm just saying it was like the grand calculus of all of it.
Ooh,
I would love for it to be somewhat of a successful venture.
I don't think.
The definition of my definition of success is very small.
Yeah,
And it was not even that. It was like minuscule success. Like it
I don't
wasn't
know.
anything.
I don't know if people really know what the spiel is anymore, Scott. I mean, like
They know.
the
There's
the
hundreds of
average
thousands of people there.
the consumer though, the average consumer. I'm not talking about the
Germany,
media.
in Europe.
Germany, yeah, but I
In
mean
Europe,
over here, I don't think
Yeah. the audience is not here for us. I mean, plus you're also offset by about 7 or 8 hours. So
Yeah,
it starts at 3 a.m.
yeah.
and it goes till about noon US time.
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if
So nobody watched it. I mean, no, I wouldn't say nobody. I'm not gonna say nobody. There's a minimum. There was like here's another thing that is not ever publicized about this stuff. Months of scheduling. Months.
yeah.
We
sure.
started that thing so it would be in October. We would start it in like July
Yeah,
or June. 2 to 3 months of scheduling.
yeah.
And then traveling at least 10 people. At least you can't run people more than 2 hours straight. Like that poor lady. I don't know her name. Cardboard Rhino. I don't know what her real name is. They had her running from, I think it was 4 hours straight or 5 hours straight without a break. Although there was a little break in between. They did like a 20-minute or 30-minute break. So
Yeah.
anyway, I don't know. It just, it's
Tease with tease.
I'll say this.
You'll see.
I can't believe it's less than a month away to the greatest convention of all times.
You mean Packs Unplugged in a month?
Nah.
We got our games in.
Yeah, I saw the picture today. That was quick.
Yeah. You drop some coin, you get shit done.
Well, is that how that works?
Yeah, I didn't realize.
It's how the world works.
But was I had a feel. I feel like I had another thing to say about the video production.
It sucked.
No, but it just
I haven't seen it.
no. I didn't look at the numbers on their stuff, but it was not, from what I saw, was not a lot. I don't know what their goal was. They don't. I don't think they had a goal.
Yeah,
they did an hour of their own games at the beginning of every stream. So I mean that alone was probably justification for them to do it. Now the fact that they did other people's games was pretty cool that they did that, because they set up all that stuff. But then I lost my train of thought. Anyway,
We're listening.
I was just trying to say, like, because you chimed in there and did say something, and I wanted to correct that, meaning it's not purely money. There's a whole bunch of other things.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of ins, a lot of outs.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A lot of ins, a lot of outs. With the whole decision of not to go back to do it, or to not do it. I wouldn't say go back to do it, but it's just there's a whole method of the madness. It's not just it cost too much. It did cost a lot, no question. Also time, also energy, also nobody watched it. Kind of an easy decision, in my opinion. Now, I think if people appreciate it, is there room to do this somehow in a different way? 100%. Give us a call. Like we can do it, but it's just on our terms, in our studios and our work. Not for free, but there it is. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
He said, yeah.
So if people wanted to get us their games, and I mean, we did get a lot of games contributed to the BGD library. That was awesome. Holy crap. We have so many games to play, man. It'd be exciting.
Actually, sounds like a better system, Scott.
What's that?
That actually sounds like a better system, doing them in studio instead of live. And then just setting up a day where you stream them back to back or something. Yeah.
We would, I don't know. It would not be like that. It would be on our time, meaning we set up a time. We'd get a publisher that probably maybe call in if they wanted to, or we figure out a way to teach that game live or do something live, or a recording. It's media. We're now a media company.
Yeah.
That actually does media for money. It's not a favor.
Oh yeah, I expect.
So it's a deal. Yeah.
No, but I mean,
it's sort of a pivot, because we were doing it for like 10 years for free.
Oh yeah,
for no cost to the publisher except for games. Now they give us games to put in the BGD library. That's a different sort of exchange. Anyway,
is it only 3 games worth of video? I mean,
it was 3 games of video versus the video. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
if that's worth it.
Me doing them personally.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you what. 3 games is not worth it for video.
No,
it's not even close.
Not
but we could,
work it. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anything else to say about this.
Oh no, I'm surprised you haven't done it sooner. To be
other than the days of
here's the thing, I'm a big fan of this stuff.
Are over.
I'm a big fan of this stuff. I mean, it sort of fell into our lap. We basically went to Essen in, what was that first year?
I don't know
either.
2007. When did Greed come out? Or no, when did
Greed?
When did that Cathedral?
What, Pillars of the Earth?
No, not Cathedral. The Queen Cathedral game. Or was hold on, let me look it up. BGG
Queen Cathedral.
What was that one? Factory Manager? The Friedemann game? 2008.
2008.
Or it was either 2008 or 2009 was our first year of setting up a booth and like being at Essen for real, like a full on exhibitor. And we weren't planning on doing live streams. We were there to go. Gosh, I don't even remember what we were there to do.
Get me,
Oh,
give me my
Geek Buzz.
games.
We had set up this Geek Buzz system that we thought people were going to use. I don't even know if we were selling anything. I don't think so. Gosh, I wish I had better memory of it all. And then we brought a webcam. We had this little stick webcam with like a little ball on it. You know, those little text with a ball, a camera and a ball.
Yeah.
And we're like, wait a second. We paid for internet. Let's put on a live. Here's the thing. There was no Twitch. There was no YouTube streaming. It was like Ustream. Do you remember Ustream?
Vaguely.
The letter U, STREAM, Ustream. That was the original streaming platform. And then we would live stream there. It's terrible. Very low res. It's bad sound. We had a little Logitech mic.
So you were basically doing a forced stream, is what you're saying.
Forced stream?
Like forced. Haha. Forrest Bauer.
Yeah, I know. Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Yes, it was like low budge. It was basically a webcam, a laptop, and a stick mic. And we're like, hold a second. Read him into standing right there. Get him to put his game on the camera and we teach it, or he can do a demo on camera. And we're like, that was like as soon as we did that, I'm like, go find 6 other people because we have like 6 more hours in the day. We can do 1 an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
And of course, that was the end of it. That was it.
Yeah. And thus
the stream began.
The streaming began.
And then we had multiple cameras, and then we had mic'd up thing. Well, the mics, I feel like the sound was never good. Never could get it right.
Well, you can't in a public area.
Their sound was actually pretty good. I think they did it in an enclosed room. Like they closed off
makes sense.
the 4 sides of the I think Beth said it was 3 sides, but they made this little compartment that they've put they stuck the game people in.
Yeah.
The demos.
well, I mean, are you getting excited for
Totally. I'm stoked, dude.
yeah?
I'm stoked. Yeah. Probably can't get here quick enough. I got a bunch of shit I got to deal with before that, but
well, that's good though. I mean, keeping you busy. I think it'll be I'm looking forward to it. It's I talked to my daughter a little bit about it today, just about the fact that
that's right. She's coming, right?
Yeah, she's gonna.
Has she been before? No, she had not before.
No.
She came to Gen Con.
Yeah, she goes to Gen Con. She's been at Gen Con several times now. But yeah, no, it's
Kabuki Kid says sound is the holy grail. Yes. Now it was interesting because so to keep talking about this stuff before I give up. There was another set of people in Germany that did live streams during Essen, but they didn't do it in the fair. They did it like 20 miles away in like a studio. Now they didn't have anybody presenting games, but they themselves presented the games. So this is what I'm looking for, like a hiring to present the game to be shown on camera.
Right.
Anyway, I don't think they charged anything, but maybe they did. But they basically so someone had to learn it, and they did the game on camera and live, and there was like thousands of people watching. I couldn't believe it. That was 2 years ago or a year ago. No, 2 years ago. During the downturn during the COVID pandemic, no one could go.
Yeah.
Why is that so unbelievable to you that somebody would watch it?
Well, I don't know what.
No, I'm just saying it was hugely watched. I don't know why. We never got that many people to watch our stuff.
Do you know what the viewer like? Oh, I think of it Board Game Geek when I take S. I'm sure there's something over in Europe and other languages that covers it. Do you know what the big one over there is, or
no? Don't know. I'm sure there's something.
new?
Actually, any of them cons, Board Game Geeks, really the only one I think. Well, Barrel, what is running gun shit.
Hunter and Crone, or Hunter and Friends, that they used to do a live stream, but they did it on the floor.
All right.
I was actually on it.
All right.
And they had a lot of viewers, but it was all, it's German language.
I don't know.
Good sound is more important than good video. I don't know about
Yeah, I
that.
believe that.
Not sure.
Well, I think either one will ruin the other one.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
But
I
you
wouldn't-
could get away with poor quality video than poor quality sound, I think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that
And you can't see anything.
if you got great audio on the radio, fine, because you're listening to the radio and you don't expect to be a video portion of it. But if somebody's sitting there telling me about this game and they're like, oh, and then if you take these and you move this stuff over here and I can't see what you're talking about, then I'm gonna be like, well, this is garbage.
Same problem.
Yeah, and the same goes for like if you're showing me a game and it's like, you'd be like, well, this is dumb. Next. I mean, if you're saying like 480p video, which now is garbage, like.
Well, that's what it was back in the day. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but you have perfect sound. Well, I guess then
It wasn't perfect though. Right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
480p video with perfect sound would probably be.
I don't know.
Is that better than perfect video with bad sound? I don't know.
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
Perfect video and perfect sound. Nobody's going to watch it still.
That's true.
Well,
just don't think
there
there
will be
is an
some
audience
but I
there.
mean, there won't be a lot. Yeah.
What's the audience? Yeah, I mean, like, how many people do you need? I feel like you got to have at least some. Can't be like 20.
Well, it's kind of like, and this is again, I'm certainly not trying to poop on anybody's parade if they're doing their stuff and they're making their things and whatever. But I mean, it's like one of those things where have you noticed now, like more and more, like board game review channels, and I don't know about any other review channels outside of board games, so I'm just referencing this right now. And again, I think there's tons of channels out there that do a wonderful job, and I appreciate what they do. And of course, this is that whole weird but you have the situation where it's like, you have. It seems like they're branching off more to the group review. If it's a group, they do the group review. It's like, oh, hey, it's 2 or 3 of us sitting down to talk about the game
Instead of one person.
instead of one person going through the game.
Makes it easier
themselves.
for sure.
And there's a lot more of people just not bothering showing you how to play the game at all. Like they just talk about the game now, which is, whatever.
I think that was filler anyway. I will usually skip past that part and my personal watching habits.
Yeah. I
Yeah, I'm
which
the
is,
same with you.
I would
Scott.
skip through
if
I
it's
would
a
skip
review.
through
Yeah.
a review for the description of the game or the explanation of the game. I would skip through that.
which is fine. I mean, it's just it's one of those.
I don't need to know all the details.
But there's a lot of people that'll say, where's my thing here? I don't see, I need to know how this works or whatever, or this one or whatever.
When I was
Well,
looking at reviews,
that's
I never
work.
watched for that. For that, I was looking for a playthrough video.
Well,
or something.
of course it's work,
Yeah.
but I mean, it doesn't change the fact that people want it, right? I mean, I don't know.
You say people who wants it. Like that's
The people,
it's hard to gauge
the
that.
people that I know that if I didn't go over back when I did videos, if I didn't go into more detail and
Times have
explain how the
changed,
game
dude.
works,
Times have changed.
maybe, but
Who does talk through of game mechanics now? I guess Tom still does it. Is there
Well,
any other reviewers
everybody
you
who
watch
does-
that describe a game?
everybody who does a how it's played video.
That's
how
not
it's-
a review.
no, I'm talking about a review.
Yeah,
not
it's
how
they're
it's
two different categories to me.
Like, does
Yeah.
Alex do it? Like, if Alex is reviewing a game, does he do a explanation?
I'm the worst person to ask because
you don't watch it anyway.
I don't watch it.
Yeah,
You're the
you
right
don't watch it.
I
person.
don't watch it.
Well, you can ask the audience. People are watching,
Yeah,
Who do you
guys
watch? and do they do gameplay explanations or tutorials of how the game works before the review?
I'm trying to remember.
I mean, I feel like Tom defined it, right? Or was Scott?
Boogie just says everybody does an overview in their reviews.
Everybody does an overview. Okay, but how detailed?
Not very.
You were pretty detailed, Lance. I remember.
Lance likes to talk. He's a different breed.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah, you are.
Hey, thanks for damning with the faint praise, though. I appreciate
Well,
it.
Rado's different because he just does a playthrough as his review.
Yeah.
I guess he does separate that out as final thoughts, but he plays it. He doesn't explain it,
Yeah.
and that's different. That's a different thing. He's not really explaining how to play it. He just plays it and then talks about what he's doing.
Yeah.
Which is also, in some respects, easier. Not saying it's easy, but it is easier.
Yeah. I like how we're all very hedging our bets
Okay.
here whenever we say anything.
Well, we can't offend anybody, man.
Yeah. Everybody's offended.
Maybe someday Rado will come back and talk to us at some point, but I don't know if that's
Never
gonna happen.
No. we're too
Love you,
small.
Rado. Miss you.
I was thinking about him today. And I can't remember what it was.
Well, he'll have a
Oh,
booth.
I was thinking about him.
He's gonna
moving to
have a
America.
booth at the at your thing, won't he?
What thing? BGG?
Yeah.
No, you're not coming.
He's not coming. He's had a booth
No.
at BGG forever.
No.
Mm.
Our special guests are Our Family Plays Games.
Okay.
You know them.
Yes, Mikhail one. Mikhail,
Yeah.
sorry.
And
I'm aware of their work.
Scar.
aware of the work. Eric Lang,
Okay.
Eric who?
guy, some hack.
Something
Eric
like
Lang.
just had vid.
Eric Lang got COVID during Essen. That sucked. He missed it all. Who else is coming? Going Analog Show is coming. They're gonna do a game show.
Going in. I don't know if I know them.
Going Analog.
I'm not aware of their work.
See, exactly. This is what's frustrating. Here's the thing. Obviously,
Yeah.
you guys are. Does anybody in the audience know Going Analog Show? They've done quite a lot of things. Yes.
In
All on
board
the front
games?
page of BGG. All related to board games.
Okay.
Now there are only 60 people watching.
Are you sending the car for Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
No, the car not gonna make it. Anthony, sorry.
I talked to him today. I asked him to come on
The
the
car
show.
is not gonna make it.
Son of a bitch. I was hoping to
Anyway,
hitch a
so yeah,
ride.
this is a couple of people who live in LA, and they do they do a weekly podcast, and they also did a video show with I think 16 or 2 seasons of 8 episodes each of a board game game show.
I'll have to look him up. I never heard of him.
But I don't think anybody in this audience has seen it.
No.
Or yeah. Who else is coming? There might be somebody else coming. I can't remember. You know, we sort of backed off on the special guest thing. I mean, it's it's still
Lance broke the back on that one.
No,
That's too big for the doors.
Lance put.
I was the cheapest guest you ever had. It was like a $210 plane
It was
round trip
no
plane
doubt,
ticket.
man. It was so cheap.
You were like holy cow! Look at that round trip.
Standard. You set the low bar.
You were just like this. Yeah, sign him up.
I at least had a hotel room.
The hotel room costs more than my plane ticket.
Kabuki Kid knows it.
I don't think I ever heard that. I've cut out a few people recently on my YouTube feed with the board games.
I don't know what people are watching, man. But they're there. People are making stuff, so that's all good.
Me personally, I'm sick of the drama in the review platform. Yeah, I understand
drama
personal with your audience, but I don't need to know every fucking detail of your life. It's shit like that.
Well, then don't watch it.
I have seriously unsubscribed from quite a few board game review things recently.
I don't know, man. I mean, it just seems like. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch, but I mean, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like the human touch is what I like it. I like it when people. I mean, when I do watch stuff, if they reference like things in their life and things they have going on, I like that stuff.
To an extent, I do too. But like I said, I don't need to know every detail of your life. I don't need. It's. I don't know. I'm still that privacy thing with the. What I allow out and not. It's in my. It's me. Yeah, but like I've noticed that there's just a lot of drama. There has been for a couple of years. Yeah. I just want to see how the game's played.
Yeah, like why are people watching us?
Yeah, I don't know.
Talk about our lives, right? We certainly don't talk about board games.
Yeah, we don't.
We do ostensibly.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I don't really have anything crazy to complain about. That's the weird thing this time around.
You didn't go KFC hunting?
No, I thought about it the other day. I was like, maybe I can go.
You wanted to relive,
but I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to give him. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. I just like.
So what did you end up? I can't remember. What was the story at the end? In the end, you got 2 wings.
Well, I eventually got it.
You
Right,
got 2 wings, 3 hours into it, and $60 for a $2.99 ticket or a coupon.
Yeah, I mean, I eventually got what I was looking for, but I mean, it was and like I said, it wasn't a complaint. No, it was exactly. I mean, well, it wasn't my perfect order, right? But I mean, but the whole thing was, it was the fact that it took me an hour to finally find it and then get it and everything else. I mean, it was an ordeal. And we'll leave it at that. And it was just one of those like crazy things where it was, I mean, yeah.
Personal. I hear you.
So it's just kind of, it was weird. It was weird that all that stuff happened. And that it was just like the world was against me at that moment. Like it just didn't want me to succeed in getting my.
The world
did
not want you to have chicken.
No.
Did you feel better when you triumphed and got your chicken?
Did you get your sides? What are your KFC sides? What are your?
I just got, because I said, what can I get for the sides? And it's like they said, all we got is potatoes and gravy. And I was like, oh,
what else is there?
Fine.
I don't even remember.
They have coleslaw, mac and cheese.
I've not eaten KFC in like.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember last time I did.
Oh, I mean,
years.
So I remember when like there was a KFC. There was like this garbage KFC that was right near my house when I lived like a couple blocks north of a bar that I used to go to. And I remember I'd go and get, and they had a buffet from 11 to 2. Like you could go there and pay $8. You can eat as much chicken as you wanted. It was like the craziest thing. So if I got
KFC buffet.
Yeah. So if I got trashed at the bar and I walk home, I get up the next morning, and usually I worked like at 5 o'clock. I was living pizzas at the time. So I'd get up and I'd walk. I lived in the basement of this guy's house. And I'd get up and I'd walk to the bar, but on the way to go get my car, usually around 11 noon, and I'd stop in a KFC and have my hangover buffet, just like sitting there and like, and that was like, and have, pay $8, eat a bunch of food, and then walk back, get my car, drive back to the house I was living with. I was living with a buddy who owned the house, and drive back to the house, kind of sit around the house for a while.
Driving drunk?
Well, no, because it was the next day.
The next day. Sorry, yeah.
So I would, and then I only drove to the bar when it was winter, right? I mean, it was like one of those things where during the summer I just walked there. People were like, yeah, we're gonna be at the bar at 9. Okay, whatever. And then like, like 8:45, I just get out of, like, leave the basement of the house I was living in and just take the 10-minute walk to the bar instead of like driving there. Just let somebody else drive me home. It was a lot easier. But yeah, no. That was what was the name of the sandwich that used the chicken breasts, the boneless chicken breasts as the buns? That was the
Heart Attack.
No, it was.
No, I remember. What
was it? Real chicken?
It was
Double
Downs. They were called the Double Down.
The
Double Down. That's right.
Jen had a craving for Taco Bell last week. Yeah, last week.
Wow.
This has to be the first time in 20 years. Like, since I had it, and I knew what I was
I try to
expecting.
eat Taco Bell as many times as possible. Michelle
Oh,
doesn't like it, so we don't get it that often.
I know why I don't
love
like
Taco
it.
Bell,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm with Michelle on this one, Scott.
I had a Mexican pizza today.
That's what
I
Jen wanted, the Mexican
it
pizza.
was my wife, like we were both working from home, and I said I'm feeling hungry, and I said there's like a burrito place that's kind of close to our house, that the ones that they make
Chipotle?
their own. Nah, it's like a Chipotle, but it's called a Pancheros. If you have a Pancheros, it's same thing.
Pancheros?
Yeah, it's called Pancheros. It's just
That's
Oh,
Italian.
it's the same. It's the same thing. You can get a quesadilla or tacos or burrito, and then they'll fill those tacos, burrito or case, whatever. They'll fill it with your meat of choice, whether it's pork or steak or whatever. And then you have other toppings they throw into the burrito. They mix it all up. Anyway, so I said I'd go there, and she's like, I don't know. And I was like, I don't know. And she's like, I want Mexican though. And I was like, what do you want, like a Mexican pizza? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, all right.
That's not Mexican.
So
Yeah, Michelle offered to pick it up for me last week, and she went, and nobody ever answered the drive-through.
Really?
She sat there for a while and then gave up, and then she drove up to the window and she looked in and she saw a person, but there was like nobody working there.
They're all teenagers. What do you expect? Yeah, that's what most of our workforce
So
is
I
now,
did
Scott.
not get any Taco Bell that day.
Oh, Scott, you live in Texas. They have to have better food there. They have to.
Here's the thing about Taco Bell, though. I can limit my calories with that because I know exactly what one taco is.
yeah.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
And I don't know what is in most of the food in
I'm
restaurants.
sure it's got to be less than Taco Bell.
No, Taco Bell is. How much do you think is in a single Taco Bell taco?
But just a taco with cheese.
And lettuce.
Yep.
And one.
I'm gonna guess
80,
100.
100.
No. Let me think, because it's the shell is gonna have like 80 or
A crunchy
90.
a single crunchy taco with.
Let me guess. Don't just give me the.
I'm not going
answer.
to tell you. I'm just describing it.
So with cheese and the meat, so the meat's probably barely anything. It's mostly fat and protein.
Yeah,
So that's gonna be like around the one scoopful that they give you of the meat. I'm guessing is around 80 to 90 calories. The cheese adds another 60, and it's the thing. So I'm gonna guess 210 calories for a
Close. Pretty close.
What is it?
170.
All right, I was a
Yeah,
little
you're
over.
close.
And how many of them do you need, Scott?
3. I need
Okay.
3 crunchy tacos.
Compared to one regular taco from somewhere else. What are we talking here?
Would you rather have the crunchy tacos or the Doritos tacos with the
Too much salt in the Dorito taco, so I go for the crunchy, just plain
Gotcha.
crunchy.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it just works for me.
Yeah.
I get and the sauce packets. I like the Diablo sauce. If I'm
Ooh,
making-
Diablo.
the Diablo sauce is a quality sauce.
It tastes
I
like.
will-
I wish
Yeah.
there was like most salsas were like that. I mean, they're not. It's weird.
I can't really do the hot
Anyway.
sauces anymore. Yeah.
Taco Bell is just like a guilty pleasure, and it's not like I'm eating it all the time.
Yeah, I get it.
I
I hear
have
that.
had it for a couple weeks, maybe 3.
Like I had cousins who lived over in Jersey, and they would talk about Wawa hoagies. I'm like, why? There's better hoagie shops. Yeah, I get it. It's just what you're used to.
People like what they like, man.
Yeah,
If anything, over the last few days, I have learned that we love to tell people they're wrong for liking what they like for some weird reason. I don't know.
Gosh, I want a taco right now. Talking about
There
it.
you go.
Oh,
I made
also,
my own- I made my
Diet
own tacos.
Baja Blast Zero. That's
Baja-
20 calories, by the way. So I can have a pretty light calorie dinner that's pretty filling.
oh, you're on there.
I wouldn't call it light calorie, but it's low calorie, lower than normal.
I don't really count calories.
That's one of those things where it's like it's tricky,
Trying
right?
to count calories.
That you gotta figure out. Like you just gotta be. It's gotta be filling. Like if you
Yeah.
whatever you eat, it's just gotta be. Because if you can
Well,
fool
satisfying.
yourself, well, yeah. See, what I find is that like if you're trying to watch what you eat and you're trying to make sure it's like if you say have the savory or whatever as they say, like like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have a taco. And it's like, but you need that like sugary bit to kind of cut the edge of it, it's like that's what that's why you have that dessert. I mean there's lots of times when I'll be like, okay, well, I'll fry up a burger for myself, cheese, bacon, burger bun, and just, put a little ketchup on there or A1 steak sauce, whatever I'm feeling at that moment. I eat it, right? And you get done eating it and you're like, oh, that was really good. But then all of a sudden it's like that little like, oh, you need like and I'm not a big ice cream guy, right? So it's like it's weird for me. For me, it's weird that I have to like, I need something that's sugary, something that's sweet. And I don't really like a lot of candy either. So it's like usually it's like my wife thinks I'm crazy, but it's like I'll pour myself a small little bowl of like Frosted Flakes. And that'll be like the sugary thing that just kind of cuts the edge off the savory for me.
Taco trucks. There's no taco trucks in Dallas, by the way. Chad is saying taco trucks in Houston, but there's no taco trucks in Dallas. Not that I know of. I don't know where they are, if they're anywhere. There's taco truck. I feel like food trucks are no longer really a thing. At least in Dallas.
Are there any good tamale places in that you know in Dallas?
I like this. I like the corn tamale that's at Mesa Maya. Meso Maya. I don't know where to get tamales in general. I mean, there are places, because if you go to like the Little Havana, not Little Havana, but Little Mexico, there's some areas that have like just lots of tons of Mexican restaurants. You could probably get them there.
I have a buddy,
but I've never done.
His mother-in-law, if we give her a couple weeks and we pay her some money, she'll make tamales for us, and they're just about. I could eat like 20 of them. They are beyond the beyond.
What's
good.
the calorie count of a tamale? Like
I don't want to know because every time because every once in a while
that's not a lot of carbs, is it? It's corn.
So
it is carbs.
Yeah, that's what I say. A lot of cornmeal.
So like every once in a while, because like we always make when we play D&D, we discuss. And then we determine that like, oh, hey, for D&D this weekend, we're going to make this as a food and that's what we're going to eat. And then like, we kind of go to work together and like getting out, like this weekend, we're talking about making like a big giant bowl of fried rice, like on the black stove, and just we'll, like throw in some pork and chicken, little steak, rice, veggies, and so then we'll have a giant bowl of it that we can just all have from and eat bowls of it while we play D&D. Well, like one time or two times now, we've paid this guy's mother-in-law to make these tamales, but then I just can't stop eating them. I don't care if there was 1,000 calories in them.
I don't crave them at all.
Oh,
tamales, yeah, I never really did either.
Yeah, they don't do anything for me.
I just think they're amazing.
A soggy, sort of bland.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like whatever. They're okay.
Cornmeal.
Now the one at Mesa Mayo is quite delicious. It's corn. It's a corn tamale with like fresh corn in it. Really good.
Okay.
But they give you like this much. They give you like that, and that's probably like, and that's enough for me. And I usually get that with a, what do they have? They have like a, what is that steak called?
Steak?
Yeah, it's a piece. It's like a flank steak thing. Like but it's a name, and I can't remember.
Yeah, no, carnata, no, carnita, no, that's pork.
Carne asada.
That's it.
Hey Matthew.
Hello. With chimichurri sauce.
Chimichurri.
Oh, I'm making myself so hungry right now.
Me and Jay were talking about that. We look at food different. Like I always did, but the hospital really did it for me. It's like now it's just fuel.
You love hospital food now?
No, the hospital. It was like food's just fuel now. I'm sick of looking at it. I'm sick of smelling it.
Really?
Yeah, I spent 2 months in the hospital and they just kept shoving food at me 3 times a day, and it's bland shit food to begin with. So
I didn't find that to be the case when I was in, but different hospitals, I guess.
yeah, I'm sure. But I never really ate 3 times a day anyways. Usually twice, and a snack in between. Now I'm down to once.
It was
and
almost too
a
much
couple
food for me.
snacks.
There was a couple times where I was like,
That's what it was for me. It was too much. But Jen looks at it as comfort, basically. She's when she's down or happy or whatever.
Are you guys doing anything on Prime Day? Buying up any Prime Day things?
When's that?
I think it was today, or it is today.
I mean, every single
I'm sure
time
Jen will look.
every single time like I ever like, it's like,
Oh, today's the early access.
today's early access. So here's the crazy thing for me is that like I used to think that like, oh, okay, Prime Day, and like you go there and like you will kind of watch all the. It reminded me of a little bit of a Woot Off day. Remember the Woot Off days?
Vaguely, I never bought any of that shit, but
Oh, you never. Like,
nothing ever was good enough to buy it. Like it always looked junk to me.
Fair enough.
I mean, I get it, but yeah, I mean, it was
with Prime. It was like one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, I mean, it was like you would go through the there'd be all that stuff, right? There'd just be all kinds of cool whatever things, and it was something where you'd see something and you'd be like, yeah, I could buy a pack of colored socks for $8. That it was that kind of stuff, right? There was just kind of like, sure, I'll get that. I mean, there's really no reason for me to get that. I don't need it, but I'm gonna get it anyway, just because you're dumb or whatever. And like, so I kind of logged in and watched a little bit, but I mean, I never saw anything that I was just like, oh yeah, I need a package of colored pencils for 128 colored pencils for $9.99. Sure, why not? I never. And it's just like stuff like that. I mean, because you can't go into it like, oh, I need a new TV. Just like, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't work for me.
I don't know. I'm looking at a 49-inch curved display right now for 40% off.
There's some
Do
good
you
deals.
need it, man?
How much? Then that would be how much?
I bought
1100.
I did
Ugh.
1100 total.
Oh, $11.99 Canadian. So whatever that.
Okay,
Like,
well, it's
$900
$500.
That's like
Yeah.
I see. I feel horrible because my wife, for Christmas last year, she bought me a 32-inch curved monitor for my workspace, right? And because I've been trying and I've been thinking about putting together a desktop computer and get off of the gaming laptop that I use, right? And the idea is that I would just use the gaming laptop for like a few things, but I would transfer all my work and everything over, because the gaming laptops, it's 5 years old, so it's just kind of slowing down or whatever. It's still really good. I mean, it's still a really good computer, but I just haven't put the computer together. So I've got this box with this super nice monitor inside of it. Yeah. I mean, no, I just need to pull the trigger and put together
Put it together,
computer. Man. Yeah, I don't know.
I ordered a pair of Beats for $99. There was a $99 Beats. It's the first generation, but I got one for Michelle.
Beats.
I
got the pill.
Beats by Dre.
Yeah, I got the Beats pill.
It's a $99, but there's some expensive Beats out there.
Oh yeah,
it's like $300.
Yeah.
But there's a $99 one right now, or $79 or something like that.
At Costco last year, they had a deal for Beats Flex. It was like the ones that have the cord that you put in, so that which is what I like. I like having the cord, so you can take them out and then you can just they magnetize together, so they just wear around your neck. And they had a really, really great deal. It was like 2 sets of them for $120. And then my wife got me that for Christmas. And then so I just wore I use those, and I mean, it kind of stinks. Like my wife's, she had a pair of headphones that broke, so she just took the other pair, because I was like, yeah, go ahead and use them. And then our stupid cat destroyed hers, the ones she was using. I was just like, but I still got the first one, so that's cool. And I mean, I'm not annoyed by it at all. Whatever. I wasn't going to use the second pair anyway. I mean, my first pair haven't broken, but I really like them. I mean, the only thing that they aren't good at is that, like, if I use them to talk on with my phone, I think it's because my phone's so old, the connection doesn't work really well. Like the Bluetooth to it.
Bluetooth's weak.
Yeah.
The Bluetooth's really weak.
Now,
So like
the
it cuts in and
AirPod
out.
or AirPod Pro are pretty sweet, but they're
Oh.
fucking expensive.
I like the headphone ones. I don't like the ones you put in your ears themselves.
Yeah, your AirPods are.
Yeah.
The AirPods Pro are pretty good.
Yeah. I never liked them. Even hearing protection, I never liked, when you put these things in your ear canals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they bother me.
They're on sale for $27 off
Ooh.
of 300, which is so crazy, right? It's like expensive fucking shit.
It's
goddamn.
everything.
I need some earbuds.
Well, AirPod Pro are on sale too.
No thanks.
I wouldn't do the AirPods personally because they're solid and they don't fit in my ear at all.
Oh no, me neither. I need
But
the
AirPod
squishy-
Pros.
I need the squishy
in.
ones.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking at these Jabra Elites. I've heard good things about.
Do you know the Wire Cutter?
Yeah,
That's a good website to find the best.
it is. And Tom's is good too.
Tom's.
Tom's Hardware.
do they do reviews
yeah.
like that?
Oh no, you seriously, you've been buying computer stuff and you never used Tom's Hardware? I mean,
No, I have. But I mean, I didn't know Wirecutter does everything. I didn't know Tom's did non-computer stuff.
Remember what was
I
that?
don't buy computer stuff anymore, Lance. I bought that one computer. I'm pretty good.
Was it CNET?
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Used to do all those reviews. I don't know. if they
Still
do.
around. They rebranded, by the way. Their logo is kind of looks old.
You know
Looks
what
retro.
website used to be like the fucking website to go to
The
for like
website.
well no like for playing computer games and all that stuff, like the best website in the world, GameFAQs. And I was like, and the other day I was like trying to play a game and I was like
Huh.
GAMEFAQS. So you went to gamefax.com and it was all these people that put together these like
Mhm.
big long
It's still a thing. Isn't it?
oh it's no
It's still a thing.
It's still a thing, but it's not nearly what
you're
it
not.
was.
Well, it's changed, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's GameSpot owns it. Yeah, it looks the same to me.
Yeah, but nobody makes anything for it anymore.
You sure about that, Lance? I think you might have changed.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
He probably is.
There's GameFAQs still.
Anchor earbuds. Wirecutter is recommending as the ones to get. Anchor.
With
The
a cat.
battery company?
I like Anchor stuff. I have one of those Anchor USBs that's like 50 ports or
Yeah.
not 50, but like 10 or 20, something long, crazy, which I filled up. I need to like clean up this place, man. I got like so many USB shit things.
I want to know why Thunderbolt docks are so fucking expensive.
Apple tax, man.
No, it's not even an Apple device. It's like
Oh, not Apple.
no, made by somebody else, but I guess it's the Thunderbolt technology that it's. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. What are you looking at?
No, I'm not now, but I'm just looking at
Oh, okay.
earbuds right now. But I've looked at them; they're like $400.
No. Oh, a dock.
Yeah.
But you're looking for like a docking station.
Well, I need
For your
lots of
computer.
ports.
Say again.
I need lots of ports.
You need.
I'm
lots
looking
of-
for like 4 or 5 ports. So
Yeah, they're not cheap. For some reason.
my conference I went to yesterday and today was pretty awesome.
Yeah, you were writing about that. What was it about, man?
Creative leadership.
Really?
So the speakers, they had like 7 or 8 speakers, for half and half yesterday and today. It was like a 5 hours each day, and the creative SVP or lead of creative at PepsiCo started the whole thing off, and coincidentally, the senior design lead for Coca-Cola ended things, which was kind of funny. But it was
Wow,
great.
that's
They
big-
talked about
big power
all these
there.
different things, like it wasn't like successes and failures. I mean, like that was kind of interweaved within their talks, but they talked about like, you know, how to make impact, how to one group talked about equality for designers, like in this day and age. So they're a BIPOC firm where they're trying to make things more equal for people of color and things like that to get jobs in the industry. And to another one was about activism. This lady, she's Asian, and she was always trying to she happened to go one day to find a like she started a company. She's an industrial designer. She started this company that makes self-pleasuring devices, right? So like vibrators and stuff. And but their jewelry,
I wasn't following.
Their jewelry.
Wasn't fun.
So it's like it's like you would look at them, you wouldn't even know what they are. But this whole thing started was because she went to
what's
this
on top of your Thunderstone Quest back there in the corner.
What
He's
what's
got to
that?
test them, Scott.
That's right. That's right. That used to be red. All the paint keep. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it was cool because she said she went to a shop to get something, and the seedy shop she had to go to with this creepy guy behind the counter and the horrible options that she had made her just leave and go to buy something online. This was like 10, 15 years ago. And she said there was nothing online that I could find then, kind of thing, that was like of appropriate. So it was neat. Like Madonna has like, somebody asked Madonna, if you could only have one thing on a deserted island, what would it be? She's like, my vibrator necklace. And it's this thing that they made.
Yeah.
They're actually
So
really
viral.
nice looking. And you wouldn't even know that there's like anyways. So yeah, so that was one of them. Another one was like how to inspire your team, how to lead your team, and it was all about, you know,
Cool.
Kill them with kindness kind of thing. Not quite that simple, but you know, love is the way to do it, and really kind of have a good positive energy.
Love is all you need.
Pretty
all you
much,
need to
yeah.
love.
And you know,
They never worked
it's nice to
together.
be nice kind of thing.
That was one of my favorite. You reminded me of one of my favorite Norm Macdonald tweets.
What
When he-
doesn't remind you of a Norm Macdonald thing? Let me just
very
ask you
few
that.
things.
Very
Very
few
few things.
things.
But he
Norm Macdonald doesn't.
he
remind
said
him of
he
Norm
said
Macdonald.
you know, I was trapped on that deserted island for 5 years, and I got to tell you, those my top 10 albums didn't do me one damn bit of good.
That's hilarious. Hey, there's some the
Very
top
good, Lance.
headphones they're recommending, wire cutters, the Marshall headphones. Those look good.
Did you ask what I was drinking?
Yeah.
I
Looks
don't
like
know.
Country Time Lemonade.
Oops.
Ghost.
Ghost Citrus 0-calorie energy drink. It's not bad.
Speaking of Ghost, has anybody listened to Ghost?
Listen
I don't
to
Heard a
Ghost.
song or two.
I've never heard of them until
I'm
recently.
not really a fan. Lincoln is a big fan.
That doesn't
Okay.
surprise me.
Lincoln has played that song many a time in my presence. I'm just like, yeah, it's okay.
I don't think I ever heard of him.
He
Iron Maiden's
he,
coming to
he
town.
actually knows he's got one of the ghost masks
Oh, really?
from the concerts, yeah.
Wow.
And I think he's met them.
That's cool.
He's
Yeah.
gotten backstage with them, I believe.
Ooh.
Anyway,
Ooh,
Let's say Trey Cool.
what he said.
I got a pinball machine.
You got a pinball? Which one?
Like a themed one?
Monsters.
Monsters.
I got the
Very
Monsters
cool.
pinball machine.
That's fun.
Like the Rob
So-
Zombie monsters.
No, the original show. Lincoln says that's a fun show, movie. He liked it.
I tried twice, God, I couldn't do it.
It is
It's
horrible.
Okay.
Even Jen watches. She's got that silver humor. You know, she said it was that good.
So I'm on this Facebook group. It's not a group, it's a store.
Hmm.
It's like it's a pinball machine store that's here in Dallas. And on my feed popped up is like one of these Monsters machines came into stock, and they're like we just got this in. It's hardly ever get these very often, and it's a black and white premium. And I'm like, as soon as I saw them, I'm like, do I really want to do this? So I wrote the guy. I just did like a quick IM, a message to him. He instantly responded to me. And he was like, yep, got it. It's for sale. Here's the amount. And I said, I'm coming over. Bought it right there. So I now own a Monsters pinball machine.
It doesn't work
In my building right now.
Are you a pinball wizard yet?
No, I suck.
I can hear Michelle now. First the so-called music, now this.
Well, no, it's in the machine. It's in the building. It's not in my.
Oh, okay.
I think my favorite pinball machine ever is the Star Trek: The Next Generation one.
I think did we talk about this? I freaking love that machine.
Oh
no, not Next Generation.
The original
movie. For me, it's a
oh yeah, the movie. I remember you
reboot,
talking about the
but-
movie.
Which one was the one where you could like fire the photon torpedoes?
That's STTNG.
Yeah, okay.
And that is
I don't think I've ever played that one.
That is a quality machine. I mean, it isn't, and it isn't as good as Addams Family, because Addams Family is.
Have you played the
That's-
Monsters machine? It's pretty close to.
I
that.
have not.
We'll
Actually,
have to do a field trip over to the BGG building if we get time.
that'd be sweet. I'll say this.
Not to play one pinball machine, but
Lock up your goodies, Scott. He's gonna be asking.
I'm a huge fan of there was 2 Elvira pinball machines.
You've been saying that, yeah. I remember you saying this. That's
And
awesome.
then but one of the 2 Elvira, the first of the 2 Elvira was a astoundingly good pinball machine.
we had that in the we had Adams Family, but I played the Elvira. We had that in the 3D Realms office.
You have the Elvira one that's good. It has the 2 ramps.
We had Elvira too. I remember now. Yeah.
It has the 2 ramps, and they're made so if you're good, you can just keep hitting the ramp over and over again. You just gotta time it. You learn the timing of it, and and then there's this coffin that you have to hit the side of it over and over again until you eventually can break in, and then the coffin, the little video thing shows the coffin explode and the monster comes out, and that's your multi-ball. And it was actually designed to be a low skill pinball game. So if you find one in the wild, the top score, and is always somebody who's really good at pinball, and the top score is $11 billion. You'll never match it. But it's I mean it's good, and it's they're good.
I gotta say about pinball. I like the Doctor Who. Yeah, Doctor Who. I played the Doctor Who pinball machine a lot. It was at this. Did we talk about this? I feel like we've talked about this before. There was at this pizza place I used to eat lunch at when I worked at Nortel, and we would go there, and it was you could play 1 quarter. You could basically play while you're waiting for your pizza, because it was just a long playing game. You could do a lot of things in that game and just stay alive for a long time.
See, now I'm gonna have pizza for lunch tomorrow, because if you just said pizza.
Pizza.
I was thinking about having that for dinner. Cheese my mind at veal parm instead.
Pizza's good, but it's high calorie.
It is. That's why
I'm trying not to do it.
I'll probably just have
I gotta have
If
it.
you only eat once a day, it don't matter, Scott.
I like to eat more than once a day, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, see, I could go without it. Yeah.
we're both really busy right now, and it's Giselle's month to cook. So we ordered this. It was Thanksgiving on the weekend. We ordered one of the grocery stores, the kind of the hoity-toity ones, does these meals. You can we get our Christmas turkey dinner from them and host our family with it. But they also do dinners for 2, and it's 3 courses. There was that kale salad, a nice soup, and then turkey dinner for 2. It was amazing. But we also ordered a fucking platter of 15 sandwiches, cut up into triangles for the week. Yeah, we're done already.
You're done. Went through 15 mini sandwiches.
No, 15 full sandwiches cut into
your
mini
Thanksgiving ones. Is turkey heavy oriented?
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. I didn't
Man,
know.
what is this?
Turkey or
what
ham?
would the Canadian what would the Canadian Thanksgiving be?
Yeah.
Turkey
Goose.
or ham, or sometimes both.
That's how it
ham.
is here,
Okay.
basically.
Gotcha.
I love a good ham, a good glazed, like real ham. So good.
I know,
But-
I know, I know I've told you this story before, but it was Canadian Thanksgiving, I know. And you're already laughing about the story because you remember the story, right, Matt?
Happy
Like, yeah.
Thanksgiving or happy
Canadian
Canada Day
Thanksgiving.
or whatever.
Yeah, no. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. My like that. My buddy that we worked at U.S. Bank, and he had this kind of weird torrid affair with this married chick that worked there, and then she moved away, and then for like years later, she would just out of the blue send him a
Yeah.
text, "Happy Canadian Thanksgiving Day." Just that's all she would, and then if he texted her back, "Oh, are you in town?" I think just nothing. No response, nothing. Just for years, she would just send him that text.
Ooh, Aldi, for your blue apron stuff, there's some all clad pans on sale.
We bought all clad pan. We got all clad pans for our wedding, and
Oh, you bastard.
we've had them now for when did I get
20
married?
years, never.
I
used
have
them.
one all clad pan that my sister
18
gave me
years,
for
dude.
Christmas.
18
It's like an
years.
8-inch fry pan. That's all I have.
Oh,
Everything
That's
else
right,
is.
'cause I remember you commented on my all clad pan without time I posted a picture of it.
I love
Those things
all
last
clad
forever,
stuff.
man. They're awesome.
It's so
Never-
nice.
It's worth the money.
Are they? I never
It's
used
worth
them.
the money.
The rest of my stuff is Paderno.
I got back into cast iron.
So
I-
is that on sale now for Amazon?
Yeah, it's
Prime
10-inch and 12-inch fry pan, $20 off. So
I'm trying to think if I need a new 10-inch pan or something. I don't know. There was one pan I wanted to get that I never ended up getting.
do you have a wok?
Ish. It's not real.
You have
It's like
gas?
it's like an we do.
Yeah. See, that's what I asked Santa for a real wok for Christmas.
The wok. You want the wok.
I want the wok for sure.
But you got to have a real high heat for that. I don't think we have it. I mean, the gas, but
I don't know. I don't know if we have the.
maybe
I don't know. That's what Uncle Roger says. Anyway.
And you're right.
wok. Exactly, the wok.
Do you have a
Middle
burner
of the
back?
walk,
Like a
Yeah,
turkey?
we have a gas stove.
Okay.
You have a double burner for gas. Sometimes
no,
they
we
make
have a
one
high.
like
We have a
super
high
high.
BTU one.
Yeah, sometimes they make them high.
I miss gas.
I mean, worst case scenario, we go to the shop and do it.
Mm.
On the
you guys
industrial,
got one of
on the
those
industrial one.
industrials.
Yeah.
It's only 50 feet away.
Thing is, I don't like
Okay.
cook that much.
Okay, so I have a story.
Really, Scott?
Twice a week at most.
Mm.
At most.
What is your hobby, Scott?
I would call it music now. I made a new hobby. Music.
So you use that to unplug? See, I use cooking and shit.
I
like
can
that.
spend a lot of time on it, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not any good at it at all.
So,
Waste a
so
lot of time.
like you're doing your own music or just
Yeah. Music production.
Cool.
Yeah, that thing he's got behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I got
Oh,
all
if
this
it was
crap.
about
I mean,
that,
look at
yeah.
this fucking keyboard.
The synthesizer, or is it a synthesizer? What is
What
that?
is this? Yeah, that's
the box.
There's another
Yeah.
one here too.
Is it a Roland or a Korg?
That's a Juno, Roland Juno X,
Nice.
and a Korg down here. And this is all crazy shit.
So when
You
Michelle,
think I'd be able to do something with the amount of time and effort I put in the stupid stuff, but it's not.
they say you need, what is it, 10,000 hours? You
Oh,
know,
that's never gonna happen.
yeah. It's like I was surprised. With Greta Van,
Fleet.
it's a Greta Van Fleet.
Just-
They were like 18 or 19, the youngest one when they their first album came out. So
Led Zeppelin 2?
yeah, basically, I thought the when I first heard them, I thought it was Led Zeppelin. I was thinking I never heard this song by Led Zeppelin before.
I
yeah,
feel like I have better skill now than I did a year ago,
that's what I'm saying.
but it's not much.
It's not much until it is.
Yeah, it all adds up, Scott. Baby steps.
I'm more learning. I'm constantly like messing with how to learn stuff and not actually creating things. That's the harder part.
Learn. Well,
Like
yeah,
just to
you
learn
gotta
how to play things and make things sound good.
You
But
gotta
I
get the
don't ever-
basics down.
You have to get past that. Like there's this like kind of like I'm tired of doing it now, so I'll just stop. And I'm always learning, not
Yeah.
enough doing. Anyway,
So I have a story.
yeah. What was it?
go on.
So
What's that first aid kit back there?
it's a vintage World War II first aid kit.
Huh?
Canadian?
So what I did.
Is this the
it's-
first
it's
time I've
full,
ever seen
too.
this? Maybe because I got my glasses, I can see things
you
now.
can see now.
Can
Well, it's
read
actually
everything that-
full too.
What? What?
Can I see the cover, Matt?
Wow. Neat.
Oh, it's American. Okay.
American. It's got this like this little label thing inside.
Yeah.
So I used this for I bought this on eBay for a photo shoot so I could then Photoshop it for a poster that I was making for a client.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, look familiar.
Seems worthwhile.
I just thought it was beautiful. And for Remembrance Day, Giselle put this in the shop window for the display.
Cool.
Babe
was showing me he has stuff like that. The C or K rations back then. I can't remember. The first aid kit.
Have you watched that guy that eats the rations?
That's what he was saying.
Yeah,
I saw
seen
people
that guy,
do that. They're
He
nuts.
ate the Civil War ration.
Yeah, they're nuts.
I think he got sick from that.
Most likely.
He was gone for a while.
Botulism, you know.
Hey, Jaipur's on sale for Amazon Prime.
Jaipur.
How much?
$17 from 25.
It's okay.
Okay, so
Seems
the
high.
store has had a revolving door of front of house staff lately, just because people aren't showing up. People aren't, showing up for training shifts even, or then they'll get hired. They'll do a couple of training shifts. They'll do a couple of shifts and just stop showing up. Period.
Yeah.
We just fired this one girl. I'm not sure what was going on, but she was altered for a couple of times that she worked.
She wasn't in an altered state.
In an altered state, she was like
He's gotta be to work with Matt. I mean, come on.
I mean, whether it was
I'm kidding.
Pot's legal for you guys, right? It's not like
it is,
but showing up, it's not cool.
Could be medication, could be, I don't know, it could be a lot of things.
Yeah.
So ended up letting her go because Giselle came in yesterday or day before yesterday, or on Sunday, sorry, and could smell cigarette smoke in the kitchen. She's like, and we know this girl smokes, and she said, "Did you take a cigarette break out back? Because you're not supposed to smoke at all. You're not even in the back or whatever, right? On the premises." And she says, "No." And then so later on, after
in the store, but
no, like out the back door, the back door open kind of thing.
Yeah.
So after the shift was over, she sent her home to go have Thanksgiving dinner with her parents. She's like, "I'll just finish up for you," because she was useless anyways that day. And she went up back and saw cigarette butts with her lipstick on them, this girl's lipstick on them, and she tripped over one of her own shoes, one of Giselle's shoes. She's like, she must have put it in the door to hold it open.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
So anyway, so she basically let her go, and she's let her go. I mean, by email. But she shows up today. Like Giselle goes in this morning to go work this girl's shift, and she's there. She's like, "What are you doing here?"
By email's not.
Yeah,
I feel like that's not a. Not what's the word?
Tasteful.
Well, no, it's not guaranteed, right? Because
binding.
And they check their no, but I mean, just like.
Well, obviously, she didn't check her email.
Right, they don't check it. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
So
the email.
So anyway, she let her go. She's like, "Okay." She fired her again today.
Did she say, "Did you check your email?"
Pretty much.
We're like, well, you should have checked your email. Check your email and get back to me.
Yeah, it was just, and even today, the girl was like space cadet.
Yeah, some people are like that. Yeah.
Very strange.
At least you learned.
So
not your problem anymore.
So even in Canada, you're having
like a lot of customers and stuff. Do you have like a front? You have a front of a house. Like you have a front desk, like you're selling stuff out of a case or something.
Yeah.
Or do you have like seats and chairs? And
No. Yeah. We just have a couple of like wrought iron benches up front.
Okay, but you just go in and buy something and then they look.
Yeah, if we had chairs and bench and seats and chairs inside, we'd have to
not a license,
which we don't have. We have one washroom for staff. That's it.
So you're having a hard time with employees up there too, Matt? Like Jen was telling me, they're going through the same thing. People show up and quit the same day or a couple days later.
Oh my goodness, were we ever? It's like, and one of the sessions that was yesterday was retention during the Great Resignation, which was a good one. But we have like who was it? One of the, I saw on the news the other day, the Canadian news, one guy was talking about the three problems during that employers are facing right now are labor, and labor.
Yeah.
What about labor?
Yeah,
But I mean, that's everybody though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just
it
like,
is.
Did you
I
see that
mean-
quiet quitting thing?
Yeah, they talked about
Yeah.
that
I saw
too.
part of it. Yeah.
Never heard of that before. It's interesting.
It's basically like if you're a union worker, it's like work to rule, right?
What's that?
Work to rule, you know what that is?
No.
So you work to the letter of your contract of
Oh,
the
sure.
job.
Yeah.
No
So
more, no
for
less.
for teachers, it's a big thing for teachers here. If you work to rule, basically you're not allowed to do any extracurricular stuff. And in here we don't have a lot of our teachers, a lot of our coaches, or all of our coaches are teachers. So teachers cannot coach anymore and stuff like that. So it's really shitty, but we're, this quiet quitting thing is just like, I'm only going to do my job, what's defined
Sure.
in my contract, and that's it.
Yeah. I feel like, well, I don't know if I want to get into all that, but
Yeah.
I feel like doing that is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like,
No,
there's
nothing.
definitely would never.
You're right. There is nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's a weird thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it
I've
would
never
be
had
one
a
of
job
those-
where the rules were laid out like that.
Oh, I have. It's
Well, I
But
mean, like, have you never had a job where they paid you a salary?
Yes.
So the rules in that case would be 40 hours a week. Taking your lunch for exactly that time.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
Taking the
never.
breaks.
Yeah, those were never. It was never specified, but yeah,
Well, exactly.
yeah. Programming is weird because you
Oh,
can
yes.
certainly work more than 40 hours a week, or you can work less because, like,
Yeah.
you know the story of the programmer who got paid like $1 million to fix the bolt or fix the one line of code, and like, I mean, it's basically the skill you need to make that one line of code change and make that $1 million is because that person has that skill. But even though it's only one line of code, anyway. But yeah, it means like sometimes I would basically do one line of code a day and be done. This is before I worked my own company, but like,
That's like
I literally wrote like 30 lines of code in a year. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah.
that's like when somebody asked Paul Rand when he designed the logo. I think it was Steve Jobs asked Paul Rand, for logo, what would it cost for a logo? And he's like, well, can I just pay you for your time? He's like, sure, give me 25 years worth of pay.
But anyway, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's being in a union.
But yeah, I mean, working, I don't know. I mean, I've never been in that position where I strove to not be more than what my job was, but I can understand that.
I was going to say, being in a
Different world.
union where you're paid the same. I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
that where
Well, union
people are
stuff, for sure.
passionate about stuff, and people just, I'm here to collect a check.
Yeah.
And it's a
Nothing
weird
wrong with that.
combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't always work out, but being that the
But-
rules are
But
set out.
I think the thing was
yeah.
like the quiet quitting was like, I'm just going to do my job so that I can quit without really getting caught at it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. to
Not
me.
doing enough.
Yeah.
Work. I don't know.
No, I think it's a bit of a misnomer, right? It's not really
Yeah.
quite quitting. It's just
Well,
I'm not doing.
I think someone was like, I'm going to quit my job, but I'm just going to stop working at my job. So I'm not quitting my job, but I'm going to stop doing the job because
Yeah.
then
Well, I think
if I get fired, maybe.
one of the big things is I'm reclaiming my life is probably
Right.
what it translates to, right?
Sure.
Oh,
Well,
so
now
you
we
got
have
to
nobody
do with
working
your
anymore.
employer.
Nobody wants to work anymore.
Yeah,
So now Matt has to.
yeah, that shit has nothing to do
I
with
mean, do
your
you interview
employer.
like every week
Yeah.
to find people? Like, it's crazy.
She interviewed two people to talk to two people today, so we'll see.
But I have a neighbor who has kids, so she wants to do a job while they're at school. And I seen the effect of this on her because people were afraid to hire her because she only wants, she has that 9 to 3 or whatever schedule,
Mm-hmm.
and they're afraid we're gonna pick you up and you're gonna quit. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been talking about. She said she went through like 30 people. Yeah, McDonald's and all that, or not
Hmm.
McDonald's, but a chain restaurant.
She went through 30 jobs,
Not through 30 jobs, 30 job interview type things.
job interviews.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, I mean, and that's just it.
I'll be right back, guys.
It is next to impossible to right now to get people interested in. I mean, and it isn't. I mean, I'm not trying to make a statement here, so I hope nobody takes it like such. But like, it is very difficult to get people to come and work. It is.
It is.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, and it's like, and you ask 10 people the reasons why, you'll get 10 different answers. So I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not here to try to debug that and figure out exactly what the purpose is or the reason is. I will
Yeah.
say that I mean, it's just, it's uncharted territory, man. I mean, I just had a local business that I just like closed its doors, another one, just like, yeah, we're done, we're out, just can't afford to stay open anymore.
Our bread supplier is like really struggling. They have 3 or 4 bakers. They're down to 1 baker
Really?
because of COVID.
Yeah.
And they're like, sorry, they're shorting us loaves and stuff like that, just because, I mean, the owner is now baking all of the stuff.
Right. Yeah, Jen's going
Yeah.
through that shop right with the she works at a grocery store down here, and they're closing one bakery to remodel so they could fill other positions while that's down, and she's going between 2 and 3 stores a week. Yeah.
The local there's a coffee place that is a fair drive away from where I live, but they have a coffee drink there that my wife really likes. It's like the best one. It's like a local thing. And anyway, regardless, it's one of those things where they also used to bake their own bread and stuff like that. And I remember I'd go in there and I'd be like, yeah, and I'd look over whatever bread they had made, and they're like, and just like, yeah, and I'll take a loaf of marble rye as well, thank you very much, that kind of thing. Now they just, yeah, man, they just don't. She was like, yeah, I don't have enough people. I don't make bread anymore. I was like, well, that sucks. Just kind of like, yeah, I can barely get people in here to sell people coffee, much less, get people in here to, go along with, anything else that's happening. It's just, I don't know. I don't have answers. I mean, it's just, again, it's like one of those things where it's like, why is it like the way it is? Nobody knows. It's just people learn to, live on less and learn to get by with less, and they don't have any interest, right? Just kind of like, and I can support that. If you figured it out, then you absolutely should do your thing and what have you. I don't know. It just sucks because all these people are like, yeah, we don't, it's like we can't get anybody to come and work for us, just that kind of thing. So, I don't know.
Speaking of sucks, we said goodbye to our sweet Gretchen last week.
Is that a cat? Oh, that's a shame.
That stinks.
Yeah. How old was she?
She was 19.
Oh, she had a
my
long
goodness.
life. Yeah. Or
We
did she?
said-
I'm thinking of dogs. Cats live longer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cassie Yeah. Her sister left our company last year,
Oh.
and it was hard because Gretchen was, we were supposed to have the appointment this Tuesday just passed, but we made the appointment on like the Wednesday, I think, last week, and then literally Thursday morning the next day we're like, yeah, we got to go today.
It's a shame.
That sucks.
Yeah, she was such a sweet girl.
Well, I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks,
I mean,
It's tough.
they become attached, man. I mean, just it's like it's family, whatever. I don't know. It's just
We adopted those cats when we first started living together.
We were talking, our cat Nudge's birthday was 2 days ago. And the only reason I remember that is because it's the same day as my brother's birthday. But he
Well-
just turned 8, and that was our first cat together. Like, she had a cat that came with her, but that was me and her first cat. Yeah.
We're gonna remember this date for the for the rest of for a long time anyways, because it was on our anniversary.
Oh, that sucks.
So which really sucks.
Uh,
it is
bittersweet.
It is crazy how your pets just crawl into your stupid cold heart.
Right?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, oh,
They bite you. It goes blood.
well, no, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, I mean, I remember, I'm not trying to like, oh yeah, I know how you feel. I'm not trying to like make it about me, but I do remember
No.
like when you have that, when we lost our 2 dogs within like 3 months because they got old. And I mean, I remember saying when like they hit around 9, 10, I was just like, you could kind of see that they were like, no, I mean, they still lived another 4 years, both of them. But I mean, it was just like, you could see it was changing. And I remember just saying to myself, boy, that's really going to suck if I have to make that decision.
Yeah.
And it did. It just sucked out loud. There was just nothing worse than you could do is like, you're just sitting there and the whole process and it's the right thing. And and it's just, yeah, I mean, my boss had to say goodbye to his dog this past year, and I told him how much it sucked, and he was like, and he said, yeah. He's like, because we always talk about it's like, and I can understand somebody saying, I'm just not a dog person when they say, I'm kind of allergic, or I just don't like how they like jump, or I don't like how they do this, that, and the other thing. But if it's somebody that like says, I just don't like dogs. I've got family members just saying, I'm like, really? You don't like dogs, huh? I mean, what did like you have a traumatic experience with them or something? No, I just think they're like, yeah. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? I mean, you don't have to own one, but I mean, like when somebody's dog comes up and like
Yeah, be
sniffs at you,
compassionate, man.
yeah, no, it's just a dog wagging its tail, walking up saying, hey, you, how's it going? Throw that thing for me. How can you not like that? And just there's something maybe wrong with you. Same thing with cats, man. I mean, like a cat crawls in your lap and just looks at you or meows at you. I mean, like my wife's cat S'mores. I mean, I don't really care for him that much, but I don't really care for him that much. But I mean, like he just cannot get enough of attention from her. And like, I mean, I can just tell her day brightens up when that guy. I wish she was half as happy to see me as she is to see that cat. But
tell Janice she loves that cat more than me. She said,
yeah. And she's like, "You're damn right. Get off the couch." No, it's no, it's I don't know, man. It just sucks. It just, but it's when it's time, it's time. And a vet once told me, that was a friend of the family kind of thing. He said, "Your pet relies on you to make the best choice for them at every stage of their life, including when it's time to say goodbye." And it's the mark of that you're willing to put yourself through absolute hell to do the right thing for them. And he said, so don't. He's like, you'll hate yourself and you'll hate yourself and you'll hate yourself, but you can't because it's the right thing to do. And yeah, it just sucks. Anyway, more cheerful things. Our little cat got out. She's an escape artist, and when she was
got your fish.
No. When she was very little, when she was like a year old, or not even a year old, right around the same time of year, like a September, like somebody left a door open, somebody left the garage door open, just gone. Like looked around for her, didn't see her anywhere in the house. And I was like, well, it's she's gone. You know, we'd lost a cat before like that, just got out and never came back, you know. It was like 3 or 4 days later, I had come home from doing something and the garage was open because I was working on something in the garage, and I was actually carrying stuff from, there's a closet that's right here. It's like one of those underneath the stairs closet, the Harry Potter closet. And there's a closet there that had stuff in it that I had to move from that to the garage. So I was in the process of like moving back stuff back and forth. And I came down here to grab another armload of it. And I was just staying there. And all of a sudden I heard this meow. And I was like, no way. And I went and opened up the door to the garage, and this little tiny cat just darted in like a lightning bolt into the house. She found her way home. But like this morning, somebody left a door open, somebody left a window open, something, and all of a sudden nobody, it was like she was gone. I was like, great, it's supposed to be freezing tonight. I was just took the kids to school, and I just decided, well, I might as well just go look around and see if I can find her. And thankfully I did. Sure enough, like our husky started going stupidly crazy. He was out in the backyard with me, and he just started going stupidly crazy over by this fence, one of our fence. And I walked over and I looked around. I didn't see the cat anywhere. But then I stood on my tiptoes and looked over the fence, and I could see that she had like crawled into the trees of my next door neighbor's yard. So I was just like, jump, run out. And I was like, how do I get to my next door neighbor's yard without with keeping my eye on her? But yeah, pets just drive you crazy.
Pets.
But you live longer. They're it's been shown they completely and totally reduce your stress levels
At times, yeah.
at times.
I haven't had a pet since I was in high school.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Michelle's allergic to everything, so
Yeah.
you know, really. I don't know if I would want one.
Could iguanas?
I'm too selfish.
You're selfish.
I'm too lazy.
Yeah.
So you want shellfish for pets?
Yeah, I want to take a shellfish.
You want to get some shrimp? You get
Those things are good, right? Because they don't really take any effort. You just put them.
All I can think of is, what was it, Pinchy
Pinchy?
from The Simpsons?
No,
The big lobster that Homer raises?
No.
Oh, Pinchy, and then he
Pinchy.
accidentally
Pinchy?
yeah, Pinchy,
You cook
and
him?
he
He
accidentally
accidentally cooks them.
he accidentally
Oops.
cooks him, and like he's just crying while he eats him.
He's like, oh,
Pinchy, so tasty. That's like when he eats his donut head. Remember that?
Yes.
Homer, stop eating your face. Whatever. Like, but I'm so sweet and tasty. I love that donut episode.
Yeah.
That was a Treehouse of Horror or whatever.
Treehouse of Horror, but the best line from that episode is when it's like Flanders is the devil.
Devil
And,
Flanders.
and so when the devil Flanders showed up, and they're like, he's like, ha ha ha, you've eaten the last of the donut. They, oh, hey Bart. He's like, hey, just nonchalantly, hey Bart, hey,
Don't eat Daddy's soul donut.
don't eat Daddy's soul.
Had a little
donut.
tag on it in the refrigerator.
Yeah. And that was like when he went to hell, and they had the machine to make him eat donuts. More.
Yeah, it was like
Or,
it just kept
yeah.
pushing donuts in his face. Such a good one. I want to watch it again now. Thinking about it.
They're all on Disney. You can watch every
Are they?
single
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, on this? You didn't know that, Scott?
Disney.
Anybody
has
watching?
every
Anybody
episode.
caught up to date with the House of the Dragons? House of Dragons?
I have 8 episodes
No.
to watch.
8?
What? That's all of them.
I kind of
Is
halfway
it?
watched the last one.
Yeah, I think so. Have you watched any?
I keep seeing a little number 8 on my MB.
Was the last one the season finale?
No,
Is there 8 or
I
10?
don't. I
of
hope
them?
not. I mean, I want more.
Yeah, I was gonna
Although
say,
I am caught up on.
It would not be a good season
Hour.
finale. Final episode.
I only half watched the end of it. I was doing something.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's time to watch
I don't wanna
TV.
say anything,
I know I
actually.
don't.
Yeah, you can
Good
always
stuff,
make
though.
time to do something.
They've aged up the kids really quick, which
Yeah,
is
they
good,
did.
because it's like I hate the kids stuff, but at least that's over now.
I'm with you, Scott.
No
Hate
pets,
kids
no
and
kids.
shows.
That's,
Yeah, fuck them little bastards.
Ooh, I wonder if they have knives.
Now
in
I
this.
did like when that one kid got his eye cut. That was
Yeah, You're spoiling it for Matthew.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're spoiling it for everybody. Jerk
Oh, wait.
faces.
That happened 2-3
Did I spoil it? I
episodes
guess that
ago.
hasn't been-
didn't
oh, that
it?
was not that. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was not.
I think I watched 3/4 of the first episode.
Okay.
Like I said, who has time to watch anything?
I do.
You don't know the context of what I just said anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No.
You'll never know.
He don't care.
Man, it's good. I like
Yeah.
Rings of Power too. Although
Rings of Power is really good. I like that.
this, I mean, well, I don't want to say that either because there's a big spoiler there too. I mean, I feel like I had to talk about any of this stuff, you have to spoil it, but
Yeah.
it is cool. The last little scene they do, anybody watch it?
Mhm.
Where they changed the title of something.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
That was
Like,
cool.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
No, I tried. I watched like 2 episodes of that Dahmer, and I was just like, yeah. This
Can
is
I
interesting.
say one thing about Rings of Power?
You can
No,
say lots of
cannot
things,
say
I
anything.
suppose. But I
Well,
mean,
here's the thing. This is a spoiler, 100%. So if you're
Mhm.
not watching it, don't watch this now. Don't listen to me because this is a speculation about a thing in the show, and I don't know the answer. And I suspect, well, if you've read the book, you probably maybe don't. All right, 3, 2, 1.
like, have I read Silmarillion?
So you know when she goes to dive for that sword-ish
Mhm.
thing? Is that Sting? Does anybody know?
I would need
my guess.
more. I would need more.
Have you watched it?
what's-
Well, I mean,
When
there's
she
no
goes to dive into what?
the water when she she goes for the water and she's going to get the dagger. Isn't that what she's going down to grab like the dagger and like, or
Did
she
I
goes
miss
over water?
something?
Am I thinking about something else?
I was watching it when I was working, so probably missed something.
I'm trying to remember. Like, I feel like there was a thing where she like it was like a sword. She was trying to get to a sword. I don't know exactly. I have to go back and watch it now. Now you make me second guess myself about it.
We're second guessing these guys.
Anyway, so there was a thing where she. Oh no, Sting was like no, not that. I'm thinking of the dagger she took from her brother on his body.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
Is that Sting? Maybe.
No.
No, it's not Sting.
I don't
You
think
know.
so.
Do you know? Okay.
No, I don't.
No,
I'm
we stop.
speculating.
We're done.
We're done.
All clear.
We're done on
All
that.
clear.
We done.
How, the
For some reason, I thought it was something she had. Whatever. Okay, like I say,
I
I don't know why I thought about that.
don't know.
no. Was it Ringle?
Ringle.
Ringle was the sword of Fingolfin. It was like it was an elvish sword that. Like,
Well, I don't think they named it at all in the show. That my suspicion is though it is what I think it is, but that's just my suspicion.
I gotta say, I'm loving all the dwarf scenes.
Oh, the dwarf saves
Oh,
it.
yeah,
That's saving
yeah.
it. I mean, it's not. Here's the thing: it doesn't need saving. It's fine. But I freaking love those things. I love that
Yeah.
whole line of that story. That's awesome.
So check this out. So this is. I'm gonna start up Illustrator. I'm gonna share my screen. Remember how I showed.
yes,
Remember
it's
how I
Galadriel.
showed.
Photoshop.
Yeah, Photoshop was like
and you thought it was Captain Marvel.
it was.
No, it's Galadriel.
No, it's not.
It's totally Galadriel, dude. It is 100%. Search
on.
for that. Yes, it is. That thing that's on her chest is the Galadriel thing.
Man, why are you looking at men's?
Check this out.
Whoa, whoa.
Why are we looking at Johnson's
men's
here?
Underwear.
Go
Illustrator.
on.
Look who that is.
Yeah, that's the dwarfs.
Yeah.
I know.
But what is that? What program is that?
That's
Oh, it's
Adobe
Illustrator.
Illustrator.
Oh, yes. But so Photoshop is Galadriel. Load up Photoshop now. Yeah, that's her.
You know what? You're right.
It's totally, yeah, I looked it
Yeah,
up already because
yeah.
I recognize that little brooch thing she has on her face. What else is there? Load up Premiere. Is all this stuff in
I have
Are they
After
all-
Effects.
Is there an
Hold on.
update for all of them?
What is it? What is InDesign? Oh, InDesign. Check this out. Oh shoot.
It's already loaded. Too quick.
It already loaded. Let me see if I can help about.
Oh, yeah, do the about.
Nope, wrong program.
You're in Photoshop. About InDesign, yeah.
Son of a
Doesn't do it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Those
That was-
those are my least favorite characters, by the way.
That was quick, but
Yeah, it was quite. It was what's her name?
You don't like the hobbits?
I
The
can't remember her
Brandyfoot.
name. Yeah, something Brandyfoot.
After Effects.
I don't like those characters.
After Effects is nothing.
Nothing. They're working on it.
Nothing.
Worse than nothing. A lousy
Well, those
card.
I guess all the video stuff is probably not.
No.
It's all the layout stuff. You're probably that's.
Figma got purchased by Adobe.
I mean, I'm okay with them, but it's just not my favorite storyline.
Yeah.
Who got it? Oh yeah, Figma. How many? Like billions of dollars?
I don't know. Lots probably.
Cha-ching.
I'm hoping
Holy
it's going to be
shit.
part of the suite now. If that's the case, then that's awesome.
It probably will be.
Because
But,
my student,
but they basically, I feel like this is almost an anti-monopoly lawsuit. I mean, it's not a lawsuit, but I mean, just like, what else is there now besides Adobe? Like,
well,
there
there's
was no
Affinity,
competing
right? There's all
thing.
the Affinity apps, which are trying to give them a run for their money.
Oh, okay, so I didn't know there was actually anything.
There's Corel Draw still.
Real store, yeah.
Well, then it was a good buy if they get away with it. I mean, that's
Corel's from
the
Ottawa.
future. That's the future for like another decade or two.
Yeah, my student subscription is running out on Adobe, so I'm gonna have to pay full price soon. Sucks.
Curses.
Well, it goes from $30 a month to $70 a month.
Wow.
Canadian.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys about this. I got
Still,
one of those.
Double. Yeah.
So a long time ago, like through my internet provider, you got an email address, right?
Yeah.
And then about a year ago, they said we're not doing email anymore. We're not gonna, it's just like it's stupid. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Almost nobody uses the email addresses that we set up, so we're not gonna house them anymore. You got a year to switch them over. Just basically shut them down. Anything that you have,
Going away.
It's going away.
Yeah.
And it's just like you can. They gave instructions on how to have all of the old emails. You could like send them over to another email. So I did. I set up like an archive email on Gmail, and just moved all the old emails over because there's like old emails from when I like just it's archived.
What was the email address?
It was just the one that was at cable1.net, and then they don't exist anymore, right? So
Did you actually use it?
I did for a long time. It was my go-to one because it was just full of spam. It was my go-to one for anything I subscribed.
Who's your
to.
spam?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just my go-to one. Anyway, so that's the whole thing. It was like that. That's what it is. But I converted everything, or every once in a while something pops up that's still associated with that, which is now a pain in the ass to switch it over to different email because I have to like. Sometimes I can just do it pretty easy, but like I can switch it over to like I have one that I use now for that's like the subscription services and things like that. I just use that as the email for it just because it's easier. Sometimes it's tough. You got to call customer service or do something. It's like, look, that email doesn't exist anymore, so you need to switch it over for me, that kind of things. But the other day, my PayPal account, I get this email that said, you have received an invoice. Please pay immediately. And it was like, your subscription to Microsoft, whatever the 360, whatever it is that to have access to Word, Excel, and everything like that.
Office.
Well,
You're
It's 360.
yeah,
365.
365. It was like,
365?
it's like it's like, it was just like you have a new invoice, and I was like, and I saw my email. There's the invoice that was there, and it was like Microsoft 365. Well, I don't have Microsoft 365. Just like I use Google Sheets because it's cheap and it's free. It's absolutely like 100% free, and you can it doesn't have all the same functionality and everything like that, but it works for what I needed to do. And I was looking at that and I was like, that's really weird. And I was just like, why is this coming to me? And it was obviously just somebody trying to fish, trying to get you to give them money.
It's a phishing. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a phishing thing. But I couldn't delete it. I was like, yeah, delete the stupid invoice off my thing. And I couldn't delete it because it was sent to my old email that doesn't exist anymore. So that email is compromised. My old email that doesn't exist anymore is compromised. And somebody sent that, and so it got forwarded over because of the fact that I switched my PayPal account to a different email, but it still forwarded it to it. Man, I contacted the customer service. I was like, look, this is fraud. And the thing is if I click on the invoice to like delete it myself, it won't allow it to be pulled up because it isn't, like, PayPal doesn't think it's a valid invoice because it wasn't sent to the right email, but somehow their system still forwarded over to me. And so I've contacted them. I was like, you need to delete that. And they're like, well, we can't delete it. The person who sent it has to delete it. I was like, but it's not real. They're like, we can't delete the invoice or whatever because you need to delete it.
The invoice.
Like that. The invoice. I was like, I can't delete it because it won't pull it up. And they're like, yeah, our system will let you pull it up because it's fraud or something like that. I was like, okay, well, this catch-22 here.
Yeah.
Like,
But does it show up in your PayPal account?
Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's this unpaid invoice.
It'll just go away, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I was like, and they're like, well, it'll
But
go away.
annoying.
It'll go away in 180 days.
Yeah,
I was just like, great. I was like, why don't you just delete it? We're not allowed to. You have to delete it. I can't delete it. Oh well.
He's on
Wait, why can't you delete it? Oh, because the thing it's attached to is been removed.
Yeah, it's been removed. So I can't open it. I can't delete it to myself. They're like, well, it'll just go away in 180 days. I was like, well, that's dumb, but
that is dumb.
That is
So
dumb. But whatever.
So what are you guys looking forward to playing at BGG Con? Anything striking out to you? Nothing.
Some sort of maybe a Cthulhu Battlestar Galactica type game or something like that.
But you're unpleasant to play with, Lance.
So is Shane coming?
Shane will be there, yeah. Shane
couch warmed up for him.
Yeah, Shane's looking, Shane, we were laughing.
I need more luxurious furniture in that room.
Did you hear about, did you remember him telling the story about, like, he went down like the first night that they were there? I mean, and I say this because it's funny and we can laugh about it now, but at the time it was kind of like he had it rough. So there's a guy, Mike, who works for Gray Fox Games. If anybody's listening out there and they need a social, well, yeah, if you own a company and you need a social media guy to handle like your marketing and stuff like that, Mike is top notch. And I don't say, he works part-time for us and does a fantastic job. But anyway, Mike went to BGG Con last year, and he was going to be doing some and so he was staying in the same hotel room as me, and we got there, and then Shane was staying in an Airbnb nearby, and we got there and Shane was like, oh, hey, and they're like, and then he said, I'm hungry. He got in later than me, and he's like, and I had got the booth already and everything like that, and he was like, I'm hungry. And I was like, I already ate, I'm not hungry at all. And he's like, Mark, are you hungry? And he's like, yeah, I'm hungry. It's like, let's go down to just the hotel bar and get something to eat. And so they sat down to eat whatever they got, burger or whatever it is that they got at the hotel bar. And they said this guy came up to them, and this guy was like in town, and he was like a patio and pool salesman guy. And he was in town for some convention or something like that. And he started striking
Pool
up
and patio convention.
Yeah, like, I don't know, just like whatever. And he struck up some conversation with them. And they started talking, and the guy's like, here, let me buy your next round. And so he bought him a round of beers, and then and he's like, and he said, I'll buy, and then he's like, and
this
I'll buy
sounds
another...
like the beginning of a scam.
No, he said, I'll buy you a round of beers. And like, he's like, okay. And he's like, and then they sat there, and then they were like, and it's like, oh, it's like, let's buy a round of shots, and then just so he buys him a round of shots. And then like, and then they, is it okay if I sit with you guys? And the guy, he's just talking to him. And
this is the pool guy?
Yeah, it's a pool guy. And then he And then so he hands the waitress like his company card. He's like, yeah, just when our beers start getting low, just refresh them. And so they sit there for like an hour drinking and just bullshitting with this guy and having fun. And then the guy said, I got a limo. He's like, I was thinking about heading out and I wanna go to an evening club, if you will,
A
and he's
gentleman's
just
club?
like, a gentleman's club. And he's like, you guys want to come with? My treat. And they're like, and Shane's like,
My treat.
that's not. He's like, that's not my thing. He said, but I mean, as long as he's paying for the liquor, I'll go with, And so they go to, and so the night ensues, and that was the first night I was sitting there.
You know
and
where they went by chance?
I could ask him if he remembers, but I remember I was
I
sitting
feel
there.
like we've had this conversation.
Scott's been
already.
there.
No, but I feel like we've talked
Judge,
about this already.
because
once,
Shane told the story, but I mean, I remember
Maybe.
I went and I said, so you and I hung out that first night and we were just playing games. And I was like, it was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, holy cow. Cause they actually said, hey, let me know where you're at. We'll come and play games with you. And I was like, yeah, sure. I'll let you know how to get to the spot, the all these, secret stash room or whatever. And then like I remember I texted them at some point and they're like, yeah, there's no chance. We're out and about. I don't think we're ever gonna get out of here. And I was like, all right, fine, whatever. And so it was like 2 a.m. and I knew they'd been out, all night. And I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta make sure I'm really quiet. So I get, when I get in the room. And so like the thing is that so I got to the hotel room. I didn't want to wake up Mike because then, I mean, he's got to get up in the morning. And I remember I hit the thing on the button, the door opened up and there's lights on in the room. And I was like, oh. Well, I guess and I was like, hey, what's going on? And there's like, beds are still made. There's nobody in there. There's nothing going on. I was like, well, maybe they went to Shane's Airbnb or something like that. I just was like, whatever. I'm not who am I to judge kind of thing. And then I went to sleep and I was like, God, it's super late and I got to get up in the morning. This sucks. And then I remember I got up at I got about 5-6 hours of sleep, which is one reason I like bringing my daughter with when I go, because we never stay up late because she gets tired and we just both go to bed. But I was sitting there and I was like, and I get up and it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I gotta just go and make sure the booth's ready to go and everything like that. I grab some breakfast, and I get up and I trip over, basically almost trip over the passed out body of my boss on the floor. and Mike is laying in his bed with his CPAP machine barely on his face. Just like, and I remember like when I saw him when I got the
Where was the pool guy?
And they showed up later and oh man, they were such the hurt bag. They were like, yeah, we ended up out for like the whole night and just like they were just talking about it like, oh yeah.
I'm glad that's not in my, I mean, whatever, it's fun, but like I'm glad the pain is not missed at all.
And you don't bounce back like you used to. Like you remember, I remember drinking, you drink 20, 30 beers and you're just you like I was talking about earlier.
30?
Well, no, I mean, like back when,
I've drank an occasion in 6 hours, Scott.
Yeah. I mean, no, I mean, like my bar that I used to go to all the time, Chubb's, like Thursday nights. It was,
nickel beer night.
Well, it was like it started off when we started going there. It was 35 cents for a 10-ounce keg cup of beer, and then you get there and you just say 10. And they bring you a tray and you give the waitress $4 and then it went to 50 cents and then it went to 75 cents, I mean, and but still it was the cheapest place to drink, and
right.
But yeah, you drink 10, 20 of those and you're just, and then you're 24 and the next morning you're like, oh, my stomach feels a little upset. Now it's like you're like, oh,
the world's ending.
My last memory of Dallas was something like that. I was down in Plano for a retreat, an all hands meeting with Alcatel-Lucent, and
oh yeah, I remember that was right across the street from the Nortel building.
Yeah. So
the
party, the gala or party, whatever that night was, hey, was at Dave and Buster's.
Yeah.
And
That's a place.
I remember
Place.
I remember coming back to the hotel and sitting at the bar and just calling my buddy. I'm like, this American beer is so watery. It's nothing. I was fucking hammered.
You were lit.
And the next day I got up and it was checkout day because I was going to stay with my friend Ryan, who lives in Allen, to stay with him that night and then catch my flight the next day because we were going to have dinner together with him and his family. And then we ended up doing Rock Band that night or whatever in his living room. But I called the front desk. I'm like, can I have a late checkout, please? And it was just,
You're like,
I
nope,
do
you
not
gotta get your
miss
ass out of
that.
there.
What's that?
You're like, nope, you got to get your ass out of there.
Yeah,
They let me check out at noon,
If
which
they-
was
they-
great.
they're going to charge you a full
They fell
day.
for you.
Well, if I would have paid it, to be honest, because yeah, I should have paid it actually. But no, I mean, like I don't get drunk anymore, and it's just I can't pay the bill the next day.
Can't pay the bills. Yeah.
Oh, it sucks. It just,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
It's
you
American
feel-
beer, huh?
Nice.
Oh, the winter event.
Did you go to Essen? No, you didn't go to Essen, did you?
No, I did.
I haven't
backed
got
it.
my copy.
Just showed up today.
There was some bitching about this about the Kickstarter stuff being sold at Essen again. There was quite a lot of chatter about it on the BGG.
There's
Yeah,
always
people-
bitching about it.
People do not like that.
No, but people,
I
the
don't
companies
blame 'em.
still do it.
I don't blame them.
But I also, don't blame companies for like,
Sure.
we
Don't
don't
blame
want to sit
anything,
on
but
product that we could.
If you're going to
make
be mad
money
about
on.
it, you just basically stop
Yeah.
patronizing the company, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things where like, if you hate how Kickstarter or GameFound, if you hate how that works, wait until it comes to retail and then get it,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
or
I
go to
can
the
see.
convention.
I could see
pick it up
some.
there.
I mean, I see both sides.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
totally.
yeah,
I also
I
understand,
hate to say that word, but yeah.
I also get it. It's
That's
just one of those
weird.
things where like, I think I empathize with business owners too much because I've run too many of my own businesses, where I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I
sometimes
mean,
you just got to pay the
you go to
bill.
Essen and there's 179,000 attendees, and you can't sell a single copy because you made this deal.
Right.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
That-
So
yeah.
I also understand, you're like, hey, well, I should get it first.
Yeah, because there's all kinds of people like showing off their Queen stuff and
right.
that game.
That's why we
And
put on every one of our Kickstarters that they say that we reserve the right to sell the game
Sure.
at conventions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Old tiny print.
Yeah.
no,
Very
it's just
tiny
it's-
print,
it's
last
in
page,
it's
second
in the,
paragraph
like,
to the bottom.
No, it's in like the risks and challenges.
Right, yeah, it's right next to
Risks
if we don't
challenges.
get the game, it's on you.
um,
Yeah.
And there's no situation where we're like, oh well, it's like, I mean, it's like we say we'll try as hard as we can not to do so, but
Right.
bottom line is we're a company and we need
Yeah.
to sell those games and we even say we sell them at conventions so we don't lose money when we're at conventions.
Right.
It's just like, and I mean, and you can, oh, I didn't read that. Well, I guess, okay. He didn't, I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to do about it? Just like, I don't know. Again, it's not me trying to like pretend that like, I don't know. It's tough. It is a weird fine line you draw when you need to make sure that you do everything you can to make sure that like you treat your backers with kindness and respect because you
Yeah.
want them to be because you want them to come back again, right? I mean, you want them to say, yeah, working with you and getting this game or whatever, it was worth my time, it was worth my effort, and I'm glad I did, You know, you want them to have that attitude, but it's also like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's sometimes you just have to do stuff that you'd rather not do, but you don't have much choice not to. So
Yeah. No, I mean what Scott said, like I understand. The
thankfully,
frustration.
everybody is always really understanding, and nobody ever writes an angry email.
That's probably
Yeah,
true.
ever.
That sounds true.
They just that one. Look at that.
Chicken.
No, I mean it's on the BGG group right now. There's a thread about it.
About
Yeah.
the convention, yeah.
Now, I mean, because there's videos out there with people playing the game and
Yeah.
the game that they
Well,
don't.
Yeah.
Perfect example. TMG once, like,
Yeah.
famously sold their
Ben Conrad.
copies of what was the game? I can't even remember what it was now.
Homesteaders.
No, it was the space deck planning game.
Yeah.
Eminent Domain. They sold their copies of Eminent
was a big one
Domain
for
at
them,
Gen
right?
Con. You know, that was the first that was their first big success. You know, I still have my my limited edition like red box Eminent Domain still in shrink. Not that it's worth the freaking cardboard it's printed on anymore, but I mean, I still have that somewhere in a box somewhere. I'll hold on to that for a while. But I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, it was, you know, and then people were like livid. They were just like, "Ma, like how could you? How could you?" And it's just kind of like, no, whatever. You know, because here's the deal. It's like if people are, I mean, it stinks and that sucks that people like get that, you know, and they have that negative feeling about it.
Yeah.
But it's also just kind of like, bottom line is you still have a company to run, and you still have a situation where you need to, you know, make money and keep the lights on. So
Yeah.
do you want that company to keep making money, or do you want your game? Do you want the company to exist so they can actually like continue to make games for you to play, or do you want to have them go out of business because you just want to have your game before anybody else does?
I mean, I think it comes down to like people become involved in those crowdfunding campaigns for different reasons. You know, a certain group of people, they are content supporters, right? They want to invest in that company so they do well. Another group of people are, you know, they want the exclusives. Either, you know, more stuff, different stuff, or first. You know, and then there's like different groups within that. And so like, you know, some people are going to be pissed. Some people are going to be like, yeah, right on, man. You know, keep that business floating. That's good. I'm glad you were able to have them at the warehouse in time to sell at that convention because we want you to succeed. You know, like there's just different groups of people that back things for different reasons. Just like there's different, you know, when I had the game store, you had people showing up that wanted to support their local game store, and you had people showing up that wanted to get the game now, and you had people showing up that was cheaper than online. You know, like there were different reasons for people supporting you.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, and it led to different styles of interaction with the different people.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. I never really got into Kickstarter. I only backed a few projects, maybe half a dozen, maybe at the most a dozen. How much of a chunk of the industry is that? I'm assuming it's about half now, right? Maybe more.
I don't know. Sounds true.
Interesting if true.
Don't know.
Yeah, I guess
I mean, I could go through the top games for 2021 and see how many of them were Kickstarters.
Well, I mean, but I'll say this. I'll say this. In my most humble opinion,
not-
the
I'm sure
people.
that's the best solution. But
Well, we all know it's ironic, but go ahead, Mitch.
No, in my most humble opinion, the reason why people back Kickstarter is for exclusives. That's one. You know,
Yeah, I can
it's
see that.
really,
I mean, exclusives and the possibility that they're gonna. I mean, exclusives and they get the game cheap. Like, so if you're saying, okay, here's this game, it's gonna retail for 50. I'm going to give you the Kickstarter exclusives, which could be like metal coins or
Yeah.
wood bits with screen printing on them or
I'm
whatever.
such a sucker for metal coins.
And I'm going to give it. I'm
Sucker.
going to give you. Well, you should check out Bazaars of Ubar coming soon from Great Fox
Oh.
Games. But anyway,
Oh.
it's one of those things where it's like, and we're going to give it to you for 35 plus shipping. All right, so it's like, okay, so I could probably get this. So people are like, their brain says, I can get the cool version of it for $35 plus $10 shipping, so $45. So $5 off MSRP when the real boring version of
Right.
it comes out. Yeah, fine. I'll give you $35, right? You know, for this game. And so I can get a copy of it. It'll have like the spot UV on the board and, you know, this like whatever stuff that gussies it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's why, right? I mean, it's just like, and I think that the fact that like most of them realize that they're not doing it to, there's no like, there's no, what's I'm looking for here? There's no like, I don't think anybody really fools themselves in the idea that like, oh, I'm gonna get this first anymore, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, like most companies are gonna endeavor to ship it out. Most companies endeavor to ship it out. I mean, like the thing is that I mean, like what's cool is at BGG Con. I mean, we'll have because we're shipping everything out now. We'll have Kickstarter copies of 4 different games there. You know, Arcana Rising, Campaign Trail, Ragnaroks, and some shitty fucking tower defense game.
Yeah, that looks.
But
Shit game.
But no, it'll be cool, right? I mean, like Shane's got to get back from Germany. He gets back later this week. But I mean, like we got to hammer out what we're gonna bring. And I'm just like, dude, we should bring all of the Kickstarter releases. I mean, the people. I mean, and some Champions of Midgard stuff because that stuff always sells.
Right.
You know, I mean, but everything else, I mean, it's just like leave it at home. You know, just there's no reason to. I mean, it's just. But we'll have a bunch of stuff there that's like, yeah, it's exclusive stuff here. You know, like, you know, you want the cool version with the cool translucent blue gemstone rocks instead of those boring gray rocks in the standard version of Ragnaroks. Well, this is your
is that space game coming out now this year or next year?
Last Light.
Yeah.
We're starting to produce some of the stuff for it. So I mean, like we had to like, you know, basically we get in the production. So I mean I'm guessing Q2 next year.
I'm excited to see how those planets turn out.
They're pretty sweet. We've actually come up with a way, and I think we're going to be able to offer, if you want to, we've did figure out how to, you'll have to supply your own battery, and don't quote me on this, we might not be able to do it, but we're gonna very likely let
you out of here,
people know.
I'm out of here. Talk to you guys
See you,
later.
buddy.
You too, guys. See you later.
Sorry, our talk of games bored you, Scott. No,
Me too.
You
See you,
bored
buddy.
Matthew as well?
I bored Matthew as
Man.
well.
Oh, I gotta get to bed. It's 12:30. I'm pooped.
Fair enough. No, we're gonna be able to put the if you really want the really, really nice star for the middle of the board, we're gonna be able to have the light up one.
That'll be
Yup.
sweet.
You'll have to supply your own battery because you can't send a
Ship
battery with the
batteries,
game.
yeah.
Because,
Oh, interesting.
well, you might be able to. I don't know what the deal is because I know I got to talk to Peter Vaughn because
They made
he
an 80s movie about that.
Yeah, well, no
Batteries not included. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Peter Vaughn somehow got around the fact that they had a because the things in Dwellings of Eldervale, they had the roar when they moved around, like so when they moved and they had a battery in each one of those. So
Maybe it's a certain type of battery,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
like alkaline versus lithium versus whatever. Like maybe.
Like I said, I gotta talk to Peter and see
Yeah.
and
See what
see
he
what
did.
what
His sneaky maneuvers.
yeah, what sneaky maneuvers that he did to get that to work for him. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I don't know. One of those things.
Yep.
Yeah, less than a month to BGG Con.
Yeah, man, I'm excited.
I'm not.
I'm
Fuck that.
You're
excited.
not excited, or you're not going to go,
I'm not going. Fuck that gun.
and thus not excited.
Whatever,
That's
tough
fair.
guy. You went
Maybe
to that
next year.
You went to that convention. I saw you there.
Yeah, that is my favorite con. It's just
Mhm.
maybe next year. We'll see.
Well, don't
Yeah,
do
man,
us any
it'll be fun.
favors.
It's,
I'm
I don't
excited.
know if I could physically handle a con anymore.
Yeah.
It's
It is a lot.
I'd have to walk with the crutch and that jacks my shoulders up after a while. Yeah, it's we'll see. Yeah. I was thinking about going to BGG Spring next year because it's smaller and I know I know the hotel.
Mhm.
Yeah. We'll see.
This
Yeah.
this hotel it's got a lot more range to it than the old one. I mean,
What
the
do you
old
mean
one
by
was
range?
like there's a lot more. It's not
Distance?
like it's
Yeah.
it's more of a length type of hotel than a tall hotel.
Okay.
I mean, because it isn't
It
an
wasn't too
airport
bad,
hotel. No, it wasn't
Yeah.
horrible, but
It
compared
wasn't
to
like-
the other one,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like that's a box that just goes straight up.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, it's one of those things where you don't really have a yeah, I mean, it's just like you don't there's no real I don't even know what the word I'm looking for here is. There's just isn't a situation where you just you leave your hotel room, you walk 30 seconds and you're at the next place, right?
Yeah.
You're at the elevator and you're heading down to go to whatever to go play games or whatever, which is
Yeah.
kind of nice. I mean,
Yeah.
let's to be completely fair, it's pretty sweet. Just that's why, like, in a lot of ways but it was too small. It was too small
Yeah.
for how big BGG Con got.
So
Yeah.
I liked the hotel that it was in. I never went to the old one, so I don't know any different. But I mean, it was just basically 2 floors of 3 or 4 big rooms wide. Well, a couple of those were split up into smaller rooms, but it's not that big.
Well, it's certainly not horrible.
Yeah.
I'll say that. But yeah, I don't know. It's okay.
It's
It's okay.
It's
shit.
all right.
We'll see. Maybe I'll hop up to Unplug this year. I know the Philly Convention Center. I work there.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
did enjoy
yeah.
Unplugged when I went, but then I started going to BGG instead.
Well, that's only 45 minutes away.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is getting into the city.
Yeah.
Unplugged was the last convention I ever went to as an employee of TMG, and I've never been back.
The first year.
Yeah, I believe it was second, if I remember
Second year.
correctly. That's
Yeah.
actually, I'm kind of sad Aldi left. It was actually, he actually made me feel very good because when because they were gonna, so the first year TMG was like, we are totally getting a big booth and we are making a splash. This first ever convention for PAX
Yeah.
Unplugged. Let's go do it. And this is if you go back in the day, like if you actually like retreat back in the excuse me, there was a lot of people of whatever that were board game media and stuff like that. There was a lot of like, which is the one to go to.
Mhm.
And there was a lot of people that were like, picking PAX Unplugged or whatever. And I remember I
Oh, right.
posted, I was like, looks like I'm heading to PAX Unplugged, because TMG was like, and I remember saying, you know what, I wouldn't mind going. I could say, this is I was at the first ever PAX Unplugged. I can say that, right?
Yeah.
And Scott actually just like texted me, reached out. He's like, "Are you really picking PAX Unplugged over my my
Yeah.
convention?"
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was just like, "No, I'm not." And I remember I went to and I immediately switched. And I was like,
Yep. Yeah.
"You know what? Somebody else go to PAX Unplugged. I'll go to BGG."
Yep.
Con."
You do that.
And I
Yeah, because it
just
was
like,
the same weekend, right?
Yeah,
That
they
first
were
one.
kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They swore they didn't do it on purpose, but
they swore.
Yeah.
It might have been
Yeah.
true. You never know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like
The convention hall might have been.
it's possible, but the
Yeah.
likelihood that no one knew that there was another convention that's relatively major, like
I mean, who knows? I mean,
Mm.
depending on who you speak to, they didn't. But I mean,
Right.
I was at the-
I've heard from both sides that say
Yeah.
that they had no idea. And I've heard absolutely that they're like, yeah, they totally did it to try to, steal the thunder kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What do I know?
I was at the
Yeah.
first one. I mean, BGG didn't really have any competition there, but
I mean,
and the East Coast really doesn't have many conventions.
The first PAX Unplugged was crazy, man. There was like 30,000 people or 40,000 people, I think, right?
I was there on
What
the
I
Saturday.
what I heard people said about that one more than anything was that they were like super jazzed because it was like finally for them it was like, oh, it's a convention that was actually like you know like an East Coast convention. Like
Yeah.
they hadn't had an East Coast convention.
Yeah.
Like something
Well,
that was theirs. That
it was
kind
their
of-
Yeah.
world championship of board game, but nobody went to that.
That was in Vegas, right?
No,
No,
was
that
up
was
in
the World Championship of
Bumblefuck,
Board Games
PA
has been around
somewhere.
forever.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe World Series of Board
The World
Gaming?
Series of
That's-
Board Games was the one in
That's okay. In Vegas.
Yeah.
That just happened. Okay. Did you guys hear anything about go to that? Any of that?
I mean, I heard some stuff about it, but I was just kind of like, I heard a lot of people say, "Oh, are you gonna go to that?" I was like, I don't really have any interest in going to that. I'm just
Yeah.
like, I mean, I had somebody reach out to me and ask me if I like, oh, hey, it's like I can get you an entry if you, somebody who's running it or somebody who knew somebody, they're like looking for people to go there to
Right.
like compete.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they probably found more than enough people, and they were like, yeah, if you want to go, I can get you an entry. You don't have to pay. And I was just like, yeah, well, I'd still have to fly there. I'd still have to stay somewhere. I mean,
Right.
and frankly, I don't know the board games that they're playing well enough to like
Yeah.
make it. And I don't really have the interest in trying to learn
Yeah.
those board
I could have been
games.
competitive on 2 or 3 of them, but the rest I'd be like, I don't know.
I don't think I ever.
So Scott Nicholson, famously, board game with Scott, old school.
Never heard.
Scott, yeah.
Mhm.
Scott Nicholson once had a pretty famously he was, I forget what the game was, like oh shoot, I can't remember the name of it. And he told the story here. I hate to paraphrase him, but he's not here to tell the story. But he went to the World Board Game Championship thing, right? And then he went and Princess of Florence, I think, was the name of the game. It's a very old, dry Euro.
Sounds like my jam.
And
you're in the Euros now?
he was
Oh, yeah.
very good. He was very good at Princess of Florence. And then there was, like, I guess there was a gentleman there that was also very good at Princess of Florence, but Scott, like, hit like a perfect board or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
like if you go on to BGG for that game, you can see he took a picture of his board and he uploaded it to BGG, and like he hit like a perfect score type of board.
Yeah.
Like
Wow.
he crushed it. And then so he won the first round, and he defeated this guy that was considered to be the favorite for that game or whatever. And then and Scott, and once again, I might be misquoting Scott, so I don't want anybody to like get upset with him. So you come back to me and say I was wrong here. But if I
Yeah.
remember right, when he was on, he told the story. He basically said that there were like the next time he played, because I think it was like a situation where it was a double out, you know, you have to, if you lose twice, then you're out kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so like the next times he played, he said that people played suboptimally just to beat him, knowing full well that they would lose and they were out. So that guy
Right.
could keep going and win twice or whatever like that. So
Oh,
they
interesting. Yeah.
and so like he said, you know, I'm positive like that guy had other people that he basically said you need to do this, that, and the other thing, so that I can win, kind of thing. Now I don't know if that's true, and I might be wrong. I could be, you know, and who knows?
In the
I mean,
halls of the board
but
game
if it
legend.
did happen, that's garbage. I'll just say
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And you know, just like, but whatever. That's just. But I mean, that's gamesmanship in some weird way. It's gamesmanship as well, right? I mean, it's just like
Right.
you are.
I mean, if that's baked into the structure of the competition, then
Well, I mean, like
You're
look at
gonna
the
game
tour,
the
look at
game.
look at the Tour de France. Like you have all those guys that it's like, okay, well, you know, it's like I'm the one who's gonna like push hard for this thing, so you can draft behind me the entire time. And so
there
you
we
just
go.
take-
Found it.
Mm.
Scott Nicholson, my winning builder strategy board that took me to the finals of the WBC in 2005.
2005.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, so you have it's you know, but who knows? Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not true, and I'm
You'll
not
never
trying to like if that person somehow listens to this and I did not do that, you know, then fine, I agree, you didn't do it, no big deal. I apologize for insinuating any malfeasance on your part.
Whoa.
Oh, big
Busting out
words.
the big words.
Yeah.
I
At least it
prefer,
hasn't come to the chess world.
prefer just
where-
regular feasance.
yeah, yeah.
I apologize for any regular
Mhm.
feasance you may
Yeah.
have committed.
Any feasance, mal or otherwise.
Yes. At least it hasn't come down to the chess world where they're using vibrating butt plugs to cheat.
What?
Yeah, there was a big. I don't believe it's true.
You
but
didn't
yeah.
hear about that? So there
What
was
is
like
this?
there was some like you Google it, you'll find out. But there was like some chess like guy that like beat some grandmaster,
Yeah.
and then he and so everyone was just like, and he had won, like it wasn't like he came out of nowhere, like he had won other contests,
Yeah.
but he was up against this grandmaster, and everyone was just like, well, there's no way, this guy's just, you know, he's amazing and whatever, blah blah blah. And this guy beat him. He beat this
Mhm.
grandmaster, and everyone was just like, that's impossible, you know. And then they were going to try to investigate him for you know, possible ways that he could have cheated, and
Yeah.
and one of the ways that was proposed was that he had a remote control anal vibrator
Yeah.
that somebody who was watching the game being played was then using like some sort of computer program on their phone or whatever, and then through
Oh, I see.
Morse code or something was like
Yeah.
causing said vibrator to you know,
It
to
could be
go
done,
off.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
That's the first thing I think of when I want to cheat. Let's
is-
shove up my
it
ass and have it
absolutely
vibrate.
Oh,
is-
it's got a butt plug. Yeah.
It is absolutely something that,
There it
that
is.
could be done, right?
It
Yeah,
could,
you could
but
totally do
come
that.
on.
Yeah, I mean, but
I mean, it could be anywhere though, right? It could be a thing in your hat. It could be, you know, it doesn't have to be.
well,
Yeah.
but that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like you can't, you know, it's like they did search him, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
like if they
yeah.
search everybody for like any of those things, you don't have access to a phone, you don't have access, you know, you have to sit there and play.
You could swallow a thing and it would, you know, come out the next day.
Yeah, but you don't feel that. You know, you don't have nerve endings and like
Yeah, you do.
not in your tummy. You're not going to
Yeah,
feel
you
something.
do.
I don't think you'd notice that as much as like
And maybe not.
you know.
Maybe not.
Well, you
No.
swallow a vibrator and let us know, Evan.
I will. I will.
Okay.
Can you get
Give
those used cheap?
Yeah, I'd wash them first.
Give me 5 minutes.
I can get you a tow by 3 p.m.
Yeah, I can get you a tow. Yeah. No. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a weird story.
Did
Well,
they ever
and-
find out like if
No,
he did
I
cheat,
mean
or-
he's
Apparently, this guy confessed to cheating at chess before.
Okay.
It's a lot of drama.
Okay. There's a history of cheating, but not proven on this particular occasion.
Well, and that's just it. So then the other big thing is that they've said that, like, you know, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Pretty famously, the like 2000, I don't know, it was like 2008 or 2009 World Series of Poker. The guy who finished second in the main event and earned like, you know, 2 point something million. This guy named
Sounds
David
okay.
David Williams or whatever.
Yeah.
He started playing poker because he used to play Magic the Gathering, but
Mhm.
he got banned from Magic the Gathering for cheating.
Right.
And he was like a huge Magic the Gathering guy.
Yeah.
So and he went to some major tournament and he was doing well, and then somebody questioned his deck.
Yeah.
And like what he had done is he had folded his lands more than anything else in his deck.
Huh.
And a objective judge was able to take his deck
and pick out the lands.
and just, this is a land, and this is a land.
So it's marked
and
cards. Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
land,
Yeah.
you know, and it just like, and they were just like, yeah, you're banned permanently.
Yeah.
So since he couldn't play Magic the Gathering professionally anymore, and he went and started playing poker. And so like a lot of people had a problem with him because like, well, if you're
I
willing
could
to cheat,
see.
if
I
you're
could
willing to
see how that
cheat
can
in Magic
happen
the
on accident.
Gathering,
Yeah. I
then
can see how
you-
that could happen on accident though, because you know you make so many decks and you probably
Yeah,
don't buy new
accident.
lands
Uh-huh.
all the time.
well,
I could see it.
you would think that you would want to make sure that you
Cheated unoticiously.
well you think that you would want to like make it a point not to
Well, yeah,
to do that kind of thing. I mean,
yeah, but you would have to
um,
be thinking in that vein,
Yeah,
to
you
even
would.
notice that it was
Yeah.
happening.
yeah, $3.5
There's always
million
somebody.
at
That's a lot of money.
2004
Magic. Wow.
and to his credit, he's made 5 final tables at the World Poker Tour. He's won 1 bracelet in the World Series of Poker. So I mean, he's not a slouch. You know, it isn't like
Right.
it isn't like he did really well once and then you know he won in 2006. He won the 7-card stud
Yeah.
tournament. You know, so
You
I
know,
mean,
I thought about doing poker. It's just like if you want to do well in poker, you can't play the game. You have to like fold all the time. It's boring.
yeah,
Fun strategy. Yeah.
I mean, when I played a lot of poker with my friends,
Yeah.
and that's more loosey goosey. We just have fun
Yeah,
kind
you
of
just
thing.
having fun for quarters.
I
or
mean,
whatever.
to be fair, in like the early 2000s, my apartment, my giant 1-bedroom apartment, like it was like a huge 1-bedroom apartment. My 1-bedroom apartment was the poker house. Like
That's
literally, like
yeah,
3 nights a week at least, there was between like 5 to 10 people sitting around a table playing
Yeah.
poker, and
That's
we were
fun.
just, you know, and it was and it was
That's a
we
good
were
time.
playing like, you know, $10 poker tournaments, you know, just like,
Sure.
you know, 100 chips each,
$10 buy-in. Yeah,
$10 buy-in, you
Yeah,
play, you
that's
get
fun.
knocked out, you go stand on my balcony and drink beer and
Yeah.
BS and yell at the people to get done with the game already so you
Yeah,
can play
yeah,
poker
yeah.
some more. But
It's
yeah,
just
there
fun,
is
though. That's if you're looking to win a bunch of money, you
oh
can't
no.
you can't really play the game. You gotta fold. Nope, fold. And I'll take this crappy hand just to throw people off. Okay, fold, fold, fold. You know, like
Yeah. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, this is Williams is an accomplished Magic player. His initial foray in the Magic's Pro Tour came in the late 1990s. He made the top 8 Grand Prix events in cities such as San Diego, Cannes, Moscow, and Cleveland, with team event wins in Yokohama and Taipei in 2001. He also made the top 8 in the first Pro Tour in Japan, finishing 7th at Tokyo in 2001. He had already won over $30,000 playing Magic when he made the top 8 of the 2001 World Championships in Toronto. However, he was disqualified without prize for marked cards because 3 of his 4 accumulated knowledge cards were bent more than the other cards in his deck, making them easier to cut when Williams cut his own deck after his opponent shuffled it. The tournament judging staff found the betting was not accidental, and the Williams had cheated based on 2 criteria. Each time Williams cut his deck as part of a pregame shuffling procedure, a copy of accumulated knowledge was on top,
Wow.
and the judges were able to consistently cut his deck to a copy of accumulated knowledge.
Huh.
Williams admitted the cards were marked, but disputed the determination that he had cheated by marking them intentionally. Williams was suspended by the DCI from sanctioned Magic the Gathering for 1 year. During the suspension, Williams started to focus more on poker, especially on the internet.
Yeah, that was back when you could play on. God, what was the name of it? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, just but yeah,
You could gamble online. There was this thing for like there was like a 4-year period where you could gamble.
Oh yeah, I used to pay my rent that way.
Yeah,
my rent and my apartment was $400 a month.
Yeah,
and that in the halcyon days of cheap thing,
Yes,
$400 for, and they had free cable.
Oh yeah.
So I got free basic cable. Just plug you plug your TV in the wall and free heat. So it was like, so you paid electricity and rent. That's all you paid for. But yeah, I would come home after work and log into PokerStars and play $5 or $10 sit and goes, and just like, and if you won, it's like, I think with the $10 you won $45, and the $5 ones you won $22, and I would just sit there and play those for hours, and then be like, oh, you've made $500, and it's just like, send me a check, and then the check would come from some really weird like accounting business in like New York, and they're from New Jersey and sometimes for Virginia, but you get a check in the mail in like 2 to 7 business days. I remember I'd cash it, pay my rent with it. You know, it was a fun way to just sit around and play poker. And
and then they caught on.
Well, they
became no longer legal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there you go.
I remember in Pennsylvania, now they have the casinos. But there was a big thing before where they didn't. Like my mother worked in an off-track horse betting thing for years. That was always like legal. But the gambling, they wanted to put one in Harrisburg, and they eventually got one in Philly, and I'm sure Pittsburgh. But there's a big thing over that. And then when the game online thing came along, again, there was a big thing.
Oh yeah.
But it's weird, like Vegas, they don't really care. Or Jersey, I'm pretty sure with Atlantic City, they were pretty much the same way when that was
right. It probably didn't really affect their business substantially.
Well, that was always my uncle worked at the Showboat, I think it was one of the casinos down there, or was it the Taj Mahal? It was one of them, but it was like seasonal. He said the winter was dead, the summer. Where I guess in Vegas it's year round. Yeah.
I've never been to Vegas when it wasn't busy. I'm sure there are more busy times, but
well,
I went there in I think I went there once when it wasn't as busy, but it was still busy. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a season.
Yeah. So
I've never been there.
Yeah.
Gambling's not my thing. Even Atlantic City, I've only been there a couple of times. Most of that was to go fishing. It's
my style of gambling is bring $100, know that I'm not coming home with anything, and just play the games and have fun.
Yeah.
Rather than actually try to spend hours and hours winning a bunch of money. Just want to, get in there, do the thing, say I did it, go eat a steak or whatever, Not get stuck at a table.
I can sit at a poker. I've played cash poker in a few places, and I can, especially my favorite is play 1-2 no limit, and I can sit there.
What's 1-2?
The blinds are $1-2, $1, $2.
Okay, got it. Yep.
So, but then it's no limit. I can sit there. I can sit there for hours drinking vodka Red Bulls, and
that's just Texas Hold'em, right?
Yeah, Texas Hold'em.
Yeah,
and I can just sit there and fold.
Get the free drinks.
Fold. And then it's just King Jack suited. Yeah, I'll see a flop. And it's just
we'll see what's out there.
And then you see what you get, and then
Queen unsuited, 8 suited. And you're like, what?
No.
Lame.
Lame.
And plus some other janky card, a 3 of diamonds.
Exactly.
The flops, the flops were never in my favor ever. I was like, what? Come on. Give me something.
Yeah. Something. Anything. No? You
No?
suck.
All right, I'm out.
No, it's no, I don't know. But I mean, I can just, but nothing. It just doesn't bother me. I don't know. I can just sit there. Because you can just
Yeah.
not talk. You can talk, not talk. You can BS.
We could
people.
talk or not talk for hours.
Yeah, and just and then just and if you wait and there's always gonna be people that come over there and sit down that
Yeah.
that can't wait. And
Right.
then they blow through their $75
That's
they have.
you're waiting for me to sit down. That's what's happening.
Well, no, they'll sit down and they'll blow through their $75,
Yeah.
and it's just like, and you're just hoping you get a piece of it, before they get
I mean,
away.
that's me, man. I just like, I'm usually there with people and I don't want to be sitting at this table for hours, and I'm like, hey, I'll sit down, play some games, give some people my money, walk away.
Oh, I should play with you more often.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
sucker.
Sucker.
Yeah. What's the line? If you sit down at the table and can't figure out who the sucker is in the first 50 minutes,
Yeah, it's you. Yeah, I always wanted, I thought about doing professional magic too, but it was just such kind of like, it wasn't fun. It was kind of toxic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was icky, or at least the exposure that I had to it,
Well,
like the couple of regional events that I went to and stuff.
it's
It's just like-
competitive. They're all gonna
Yeah,
be
dude,
toxic,
it wasn't
yeah.
fun. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. Look at there was just a thing about a basketball player. I think it was punching another one in practice, but that shit
Yeah.
happens all the time. I'm sure.
Yeah, at high level, competitive stuff makes it less fun. I think
Yeah.
most of the time. Maybe there's exceptions, but
It is, I don't know. It is tough to I don't know. It's tough to get excited. What the weird thing is that when I was in Vegas for my my brother lives in Las Vegas, and and he was my best man at my wedding. So for my bachelor party, me and the other groomsmen flew to Vegas, and so we were there, and I remember we started playing. We got there late at night on Thursday, and we started playing poker, or at least I started playing poker. A lot of other people are like craps and roulette and just running around, but I was just like, I kind of chilled in the room for a little bit because it was just I wasn't feeling the best. And then I got up and I went down and I sat down, whatever, got $200 and I sat down at the 1-2 no limit table, and I was a little nervous at first. You're kind of nervous, and then once you get in the flow of it, you're good to go.
yeah.
But I remember we were sitting there, and by that time, and there was the same like 3 or 4 people that were there the entire night. We were just having fun and just having a blast, and everybody was talking, chewing the fat and what have you. And we we're sitting there, and I remember it was like the pit boss guy came over to us at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and was just like, just so you guys know, I know you've been having a good time, but the regulars are going to start coming in, and so you're going to have to reel it in a little bit. You have to reel it in a little bit. You can't, because we were all like, just like, having a good time. And so,
Yeah.
and then we were trying to reel it in. But what the crazy thing is that we had this, and I mean, and towards the last kind of hour or so, most of us, we were just handing chips back and forth, like, everybody was in, everybody was playing.
Yeah. That's fun.
And then it was like, then there was like 6 of us at a 10 spot table, or 5 of us at a 9 spot table. I don't remember what it was, but I remember it was like 8:30, bing, it's like the grinders showed up and they moved into the table, and they were like fully sober, and I was just like, and I remember I played like 2 hands to them at the table, and they were all very like they were just like, I saw one guy that had been there all the time, drop like $70 to a guy on a dumb hand. I saw another guy drop another 40, and I was like, ship service. Just it's just like, yeah, you get
I'm out.
somebody called somebody, because that's a thing. I told my brother about it. He goes, yeah, that's totally a thing. So he said like dealers will have numbers of people
Yeah.
to like to the people that grind and make their
Yeah.
money
Hey,
playing poker.
there's some rubes down here.
Yeah, there's the guys have been the guys have been drinking all night, and they're
they're
sitting on,
flowing.
and the thing is like, I mean, and I'm not bragging here, I sat down with 200 and I left with like 6 or 7, and it was just like, and they're sitting there on hundreds of dollars, and they've been drinking for the last 6 hours, go hit the table, and it's like, boom, they're there, and they're and they kick that dealer back, part of the money they win. I was just like, he's like, yeah, that happens all the time. And I was like, oh, okay. So I got up and I went and entered a $75 poker tournament and finished second in that. And I was just like, well, I'm done. It was just like, I'm going to just relax for like the rest of the weekend and not try not to spend any of the money that I just won.
Yeah.
So because otherwise I'm going to throw it all away.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's not everybody that's not fun, like we had back, when I owned the shop, we had this one guy that would go to, the Grand Prix and do all that stuff, and make top 4 a lot and do that kind of stuff. And he was a lot of fun to play with. But when I would actually go to those events, I would just get sat down across from these people that were just not enjoyable to sit across from. And I'm like, I want to be here.
Unpleasant to play with.
Yeah, exactly. I want to be having fun, like it's a game.
Well, I still remember I was sitting there watching a finals at a Magic tournament at the local game shop. That's the big Magic game shop in town.
Yeah.
And I had no idea. I mean, and there was like a crowd of people just
watching the final table. Yeah.
And then they actually have a setup where they have a camera over it.
Oh,
there's
that's
all
awesome.
these TVs all over. So people are just watching the thing, and people are talking. And there was a good, for Fargo, North Dakota, there was a good 100 people just sitting there watching them play this. And I was just kind of like, I don't know anything about Magic or tournaments. And I was like, why is this such a big deal? And they were like, it's like whoever wins this gets like a couple of grand and an entry into whatever in Chicago at this thing. Yeah. I mean, it was like huge. And I've never seen 2 people who are more miserable in my life. Neither of them looked like they were having fun at all. They were just sitting there and like, just not a word, not saying anything. Just they looked like they looked like somebody had ran over their dog and were forced to sit at the table.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
But I mean, whatever. Some guy won. And I was like, what is this? Right. I was like, what does the other guy get? He gets he gets 5 booster packs. I was like, holy crap. I was just like, you get this and you get a dirt sandwich. Yeah. and you're gonna eat it in front of us.
Bag of chips? You can have a bag of chips, sure. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, thanks for showing up. I'm glad you spent the last 12 hours playing for this.
So my buddy that used to come to the shop, it looks like his best showing was a Grand Prix in Vancouver. He top 4'd out of 1,042 people. That's pretty impressive.
If you say so. I'll take your word for it. I mean, you could say he got a something, and I would be like, neat.
I don't know.
I have no idea what that means, but I mean, good for that guy.
Well, it sounds cool to me. I never actually did a bunch of it, so I don't know how. Everybody gets a top 4 out of 1,000 people every once in a while, or if it's actually really cool. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Not me.
Stop lying.
Barry, how were your pro Magic days?
I've never played Magic.
That's fair. That's also viable.
I think the closest thing from what I hear is Ashes, but even that I only play tested that. I don't
Ashes? What's that?
Plaid hats, whatever that genre game is.
Yeah, it was like a dice and deck building.
Yeah.
My claim to fame with that game is that I remember who's his face, the guy who ran Plaid Hat, or Colby.
Isaac?
The guy runs,
Oh,
Colby.
Colby.
Colby. He said, I want you to play this at Gen Con. And I got a guy that like desperately like wants to teach it to you because like he just knew me from my videos and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's cool. And he was like, oh man, I so want to teach you this game. And I was like, cool, let's sit down and play. And like we were in like some little like kind of secluded area off to the side, and there was like a one kind of big table set up for four games with, because you played head to head against each other kind of
Yeah.
thing. And I sat down after he was explaining the game. About 5 minutes later, another guy sat down, and Will Wheaton was sitting like right next to me, and I was
Nice.
just like to teach him the game, and I just kind of like, hey, you're Will Wheaton. He's like, hey, and I turned around and I just played. I was just like, I don't know what else to say at this
Yeah,
point.
you know.
It's
Hey, what
like,
up? He's like, yeah.
well, no, I mean, it was cool, and I wanted to like
Mhm.
talk to him about Star Trek, but then I had this guy who was all jazzed to play this game with me. I was going, hey, stop! I'm going to talk to this guy for a while, and I was just like, hey, you're Will
Yeah.
Wheaton. He's like, hey, what's up? And he held up his hand, and I shook it, and I said, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
And then he never thought of you again.
No,
Yeah.
it's fair. Why would he?
Yeah.
I mean,
That must be weird living in that world. Like, you meet thousands of people
Oh
a
yeah.
year, and then like say like actors, have been in the business a while. It's like, do I know you? Have I worked with you? You gonna be
Yeah.
offended if I don't remember you?
I told you guys when I met the oh gosh, what's her name? She does the game night sometimes with the crew, the BGG crew.
yeah, I know what you're
Deborah.
talking about, but I can't think
Deborah,
of the
yeah.
name. Yeah.
I met her at the last, I don't know, event. Oh, we were there together, Lance.
Yeah.
You were standing right there. And I was trying to play it cool, like, like I haven't watched like all the shows she's been in.
Mhm.
Mm.
I was like, oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, you're a gamer? Oh, that's interesting.
I wonder if they sensed that.
I don't know. Then I was trying to play it cool, but not doing a great job. Maybe.
Probably not.
Who knows?
Uh,
Because those, you don't want to like have every single person you run into like have the same conversation.
yeah,
We're like,
It's-
yeah, that was me. Cool, good to meet you.
it's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was young when I met Stallone on the set of
Oh, nice.
Rocky 5.
Yeah.
I was with my stepfather, so it had to be before 90.
Yeah. Which one was 5?
It was the one before. It wasn't great, but it was right before they got really bad.
Okay. Because I remember Ivan Drago. That was 4.
It was the one after that. It was the one with him and his kid.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I think I saw that. Tommy Gunn or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a shame what
okay.
happened to that guy, but
I don't know what happened to him.
he was a heavyweight boxer. He got AIDS.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
But yeah, I met my stepfather took me down to the fight scene under the L, where they, he punched the manager, the Don King like guy.
Yeah.
That fight scene there. But and then later on, I met Mel Gibson when he was taping The Signs. I think it was
Oh,
one
yeah.
about that was filmed up in Bucks County, but I was driving
Yeah.
for a car service, and I drove his entourage around a little bit.
Signs, man. That was a big splash.
Yeah,
That was something different.
yeah, that was one
cool.
of Shyamalan's first three or four big ones before he kind of tapered off.
Yeah. I remember that. That was a big deal.
But yeah, it's like I don't remember how I acted, like if I was cool, but but it's it must, like I said, it just must be weird to get that all the time. It must get in your head after a while. I gotta assume it does. Yeah,
I would think so.
Signs was good. I mean, I thought it had a cool, like, meaning behind it or whatever.
Swing away.
the religious,
Yeah, and it's like it had some cool little moments, whatever. The two parts and signs that I thought were done really, really well were there was the moment where he's trying to watch the TV where they said that they caught a glimpse or whatever of like of the alien or something like that. Like they got an image of it and they're like, this is alarming video, and like and who's its face is like watching the TV and like he's yelling at the kids in the video to like sit down and stuff like that, and it's just like, get out of the way, kids. Yeah. And that was a good moment of like, and then the alien walks by or whatever, and like you get the image. And the other one was the like when they're sitting there and they're hiding in the basement.
Yeah.
And they're like, and everybody's looking around and everything like that, and they can hear the noise of coming from upstairs, and then they're just in there, and it's like, and you can tell the aliens are trying to figure out how to get down to find them or whatever, and then you see that like the little boy is up, and then Mel Gibson goes, the coal chute, and like, and there's the coal grate, and you see the hand comes through the coal grate and like grabs onto the kid's arm. And like, and it causes the kid to drop the lamp or like the light, and like the whole thing goes dark. Like and the screen and the movie stays dark, and all you hear is noise for like 15 seconds of things moving around and screaming and yelling and what have you. And it's like a super tense moment.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was
they had some cool.
He had some cool ideas.
Some cool
he did. Then
I mean, obviously, I really wish they hadn't done like the kind of sequels after Unbreakable, because I thought Unbreakable was really well
I
done.
never saw this.
I wish I didn't know they were sequels, and then I could understand. It's
I mean, I didn't really like. I mean, I just
the last one was.
I liked how they. I liked how they did Unbreakable. I thought that like
Unbreakable was great.
Oh yeah, I mean, just that whole process of realizing that you're not normal, and
Oh, Bruce Willis. I met him too.
Yeah, that was Bruce Willis.
And obviously Sixth Sense.
Actually, I think it was on the set of that.
Were you? I didn't know you did movie stuff, man. What
my grandfather was a Teamster. He actually drove around with some.
Okay.
He did some.
He knows where the bodies are.
Michael Keaton. I didn't meet Michael Keaton, but my grandfather. He actually brought home a set piece from Clean and Sober, I think it was.
Oh, nice.
I actually know a guy, Buddy Lawn rather. He was an actor. He was in like Oz and Sopranos. He was like a back behind the scenes guy. I think he's still part of the guild up there. I'm not sure.
Some of the Teamsters were like my favorite people on. I was on one, very briefly. I was on a one movie set for like 2.5 months, and the Teamsters were like my favorites.
They're cool guys usually.
Yeah, they were great.
Yeah.
Just fun to chat with.
Yeah. It's just odd how the movies, like in Philly in general, like the Transformers. I met some production people for them because I worked on the L at the time. They were talking about turning the trains into a Transformer. But I think it was too much for the budget or something.
Yeah. And
then they moved to the Penn State Penitentiary, which I grew up around the corner from. I remember them filming that there. That was a pain in the ass for parking and shit.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I've never been in that building though. My uncle was as an inmate, but I've never been in there. My uncle was my great uncle. I should clarify that. He was actually one of the last inmates in there. My mother talked about throwing tennis balls to him over the wall on her way to church or something. I forget where she was going.
Yeah.
How did she know he was going to go?
Because they would see each other out the window and shit.
Oh,
yeah,
that's funny.
It's
Did she put like files in the tennis balls?
Nah.
Couple of razor blades.
It wasn't a pleasant experience. That was one of them old Quaker prisons,
Prison wasn't a pleasant experience?
No, I mean more so than that was, like I said, an old Quaker prison. It's kind of medieval to today's standards. But Al Capone was in there actually. He went
at the
there
same time.
Nah, they caught him when they took him from Jersey, I think is where they got him on the.
I was poking fun.
Yeah, no, my great uncle's not that old.
Yeah.
Nah, he wasn't. I don't even think he was born when Alcohol was there. But yeah, when they took him from Atlantic City, they put him there, and then they sent him out to Alcatraz and all that later on. Now they do ghost tours.
Yeah. To not find ghosts.
Yeah, pretty much. From my understanding, there's been TV shows in there, but yeah, I'm sure if you believe in it, they're there. If you don't, they're not. It's like religion. You believe it's there, it's there. If you don't, it's not. That's my feeling on things. Nobody knows what happens after we die. How could they? They're not here to tell us.
I know what happens when you die.
It always reminds me of I haven't seen him in a few years now, but there was a guy that is just in our group that about 6'1", but looked like basically skin thrown on a skeleton, one of those habitually like skinny guys that
Always
just
eating
like
candy.
just like
Son of a
smoking cigarettes and drinking vodka, that was but like he just never seemed to gain any weight or anything like that, and just like his, and then we always used to joke, it's like I take comfort in the fact that when death comes to me, I've already met him. Just like,
oh man.
In your 80s, I'll be in my 80s sitting somewhere and be like, Derek, what are you doing here? You haven't aged up. Oh.
Oh,
yeah, just like
it all makes sense.
Makes sense.
The dots are connected.
I've been thinking about one of my uncles passed away a couple weeks ago. The viewings this weekend. But I was thinking about that, like, how old do you, like Lansbury died today? She was like 96.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Angela Lansbury.
Yeah.
I was like, how old do you really want to live? Like, I've seen the passion for life fade away, people, and they hang on for 10 more years, or
Right.
like,
I think it depends on your quality of life,
Yeah.
And if you get to like enjoy time with loved ones, or
like
that kind of thing.
I was talking about Babe. He died. I think he was in his 80s, but this guy's seen hell.
Or the baseball player?
I'm sorry, Babe Heffron. He was Band of Brothers. He was there.
Oh, okay.
It was.
Oh, gotcha.
And he still had that light, even though he had all them ailments and shit. The hips were going, the knees were shot from jumping all them years and all that. Yeah. But I've seen other guys where it's like, I don't care anymore. I'm just tired.
Right. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm done.
But Babe was like that up to the last minute.
Yeah, people are impressive, man. Like there's this one woman I know from my med school days. She was like an administrator. I don't know at what point in her life the thing happened where she ended up wheelchair bound, but like she was the peppiest, happiest, like greatest person to be around. Just bright new day. And I'm just like, man, I don't think I don't know if I have that mental fortitude to not just wallow in,
Well, I think something life changing like that changes you. It changes your perspective. I mean, my brief moments with it changed mine, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, totally. I'm like, geez, I would not be this rosy of a person.
Well, with me, it just I came to understanding shit's out of your control. You could try to prepare for stuff, but it's out of control.
So how has it changed your personality, would you say?
It's hard to tell. I was left alone with myself basically for 2 months.
Yeah.
I dealt with a lot of stuff. Like I had a very, very fucked up derailment.
Yeah, right.
That I just buried and moved on with,
Yeah.
And that forced, my mother's death, a lot of shit just So it made me focus on myself more and decide what is and isn't important in my life anymore. Like drama,
Yeah.
I'm sick of it. I grew up with a grandmother who tortured
Right.
her fucking kids,
Ugh,
pitting one
yeah.
against each other. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just done with it, and I'm done with people who are highly drama. You know, it's like, I
Yeah.
don't have
Yeah.
time for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, I got a little impatient with people. Or well, you weren't here for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, just get to the point. You know, of the bullshit. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah. And is your life, would you say, now that you're focusing more on like, what you think is important, would you say that at least in that aspect has improved your life?
For the most part, I mean, this uncle that died, I haven't spoken to since my mother died. What, 10 years?
Hmm.
Yeah, roughly. Cause
Yeah.
of my mother's funeral. My mother's funeral was actually the last straw.
Really?
But there was another uncle and him that I cut off.
Yeah.
Um, so Jen was talking to me about how do you feel. He's the reason me and Jen are married, basically. His mother, her
interesting.
mother, and him were best friends. And, um, I could be very cold.
Yeah.
You know, and like when my father died, I talked to him briefly.
Yeah.
You know, and I basically told him, "You made your bed, die in it." You know, I could be very, very cold,
Yeah.
and that's kind of how I feel with him. You
Yeah.
know, it's like I feel sorry for my aunt. You know, she's going through this shit. I
Right.
feel sorry that he died, but I really don't care. You know,
Yeah.
it's what he did to my with my mother's name. I thought was inexcusable. You know, just
Yeah.
over fucking meatballs. You know, it's just one of them
Right.
things. But being that he was another drama queen. But you know, it's cutting him out saved me a lot of. It was a weird her mother and him being best friends was just a weird dynamic to begin with. I'm a private person for the most part.
Yeah.
And my business getting spread through him and then through the family. You know, it drove me nuts.
Right.
So got to a point I wouldn't talk to my mother-in-law at all. Yeah. It was just a weird dynamic.
Yeah.
But cutting that shit out of my life and a lot of the negativity, like I'm not on the
Yeah.
internet as much.
Yeah.
It's just
That's a big one for a lot of people.
yeah. It's just improved it. You know,
Yeah.
there's not as much of the constant negative. Even the news, I don't even watch that much. I suppose it's
Yeah.
the same shit, different
I
place.
kind of, for better or
Well,
worse,
it is
kind of cut
true.
myself
It is.
off.
It is true. If you just ignore things, that means they don't happen.
I think that's true.
No, it's not that.
And it all just goes away. And heaven forfend. I mean that that any of your beliefs and ideas might be out of place.
no, it's
No.
not that.
I mean,
It's
thank
just,
goodness Barry's so perfect. You know,
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
as
this
he
shit is out of,
lords wisdom down from his ivory mountain.
what I'm saying is this shit is out of my control. So what's the point of putting my energy into it? You
Well,
know?
I think. Well, I mean, okay. So what you're saying here is a very common thing that a lot of people feel is that is a disconnect. You know, like, oh well, these things don't affect me. Well, I mean, certainly. I mean, you can say that, but they do affect you. The fact that you're even talking right now means they're affecting you. They're things that you're thinking about, and you say, you can say all day long. But the fact that like you step into this arena every week and we talk about stuff like that, and the fact that like you bring it up and you're talking about it, it's like never have I ever like people when I've had people tell me repeatedly, it's like, oh, I'm not a people person, or I just would rather be alone or anything like that. But yet you still seek out people to tell people about how antisocial you are, which is like it's a
I never said I was antisocial though.
well, okay, fine. I mean, I'm using it as a point of reference. My point is that like, I mean, we all go through stages in our lives when we go through different things. I mean, like most, and I say this very broadly, most men go through a stage of their lives, usually in their late teens and early 20s, where they they have this mentality of, well, I'm an asshole and that's just the way I am, right? I mean, it's just like you have this very, very strong id. You have this very strong like sense of like self-worth and importance. And that like, if you don't like the way I am, then just deal with it. And the thing is that gets strengthened a lot by like being around a bunch of people like that. They, and it's like, and you can see this is like this toxic behavior, as people say, like it's like a bunch of men that in their late teens and early 20s who like they love each other. They really care about each other, but by God, they won't actually express that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And the way they do that is they just cram it down and then make fart jokes and smack each other in the back of the head and generally treat each other really poorly and just like and then when called out for their bad behavior, they fall back on, well, I'm an asshole. If you don't like it, just deal with it, because just. The world's your oyster at that point in your life.
I mean,
and then as you grow
that
up,
definitely
you just-
happens, but don't malign fart jokes, man. Those
Oh, I
those
know.
are, those
I
are
know.
comedy gold.
Son of a bitch.
Oh no! I mean, I still walk around and just like point at my son. Pull it. Come on, just do it.
Yeah,
Just do it.
pull my finger. See what happens.
I just the other day I walked into my daughter's room and she's like, "What's going on?" Don't. Then. See you later.
Still funny after all these years.
Still funny. Was your mouth open? I get double points if your mouth was open. Yeah, it's just, and that's, I mean, no, I mean, it just, and I'm not saying you don't feel that way, Barry, and you're entitled to
I think
feel
we
whatever you want.
lost Barry.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah.
He got upset. He vanished. He froze. No,
He's
I mean,
a
it's just
alternate dimension.
I guess it's like I have a real I mean, hold that thought. Be right back. Hopefully Barry comes back because my wife just texted me she's going to bed, so I need to go tell her.
Okay, yeah.
Entertain the crowd.
I'll hold the fort down. Well, everyone, welcome to Evans by himself on the Alaboom. Take a look at Endless Winter, huh? If I had the chat open, I would answer some questions, but I don't, so I won't. Do a Q&A. All right, here we go. Endless Winter. I did a little bit of a rules revision on this game, but not enough to get mentioned in the rules, but that's fine. It's fine. Bam. Oh, that's pretty sweet on the inside. Look at that. Yeah. This game's pretty cool. Rule book. Symbols on the back. Good. Solo mode has a whole book. Okay. Ooh, this tells you how to pack it. That's super convenient. That's awesome. Okay. Probably get rid of this. There's probably an expansion I didn't buy. All the fancy little, I think they call them monoliths or something. They stack on top of each other. Pretty sweet. Ooh, these are the, or that's what these are. Okay. Oh yeah. My little villages. These are sweet. Oh yeah, look at these suckers.
What are you showing off?
I'm doing an impromptu unboxing.
Of what?
Of Endless Winter. That's pretty
Nice.
sweet.
So here's what I was gonna get at, and then
Yeah.
before I got the text, is that oh look, Barry came back.
Yeah, my internet
Um,
dropped out.
We figured.
I thought I finally offended you.
I'm
So,
very hard to offend.
all right. Well, so
You
and
gotta try harder,
that's
man.
probably not true either. But
No, it is.
Um, So, I have kind of reached a point where it's like, I'm kind of tired of everybody just assuming that just because it's the way they feel or they think, there's just, we're so wrapped up in, like, when we tell people you're allowed to feel any way you want to, and people are,
Right.
they're allowed to feel any way they want to, and they can do
What
you
you
know,
do about
but,
those.
but what but
Punch 'em
what
in the head and tell 'em you're
what we
wrong.
don't want to do though is that we don't want to allow people to feel a way that makes us feel like we're the problem, or that makes us feel bad, like, right?
Mhm.
You know, so if somebody feels a way that, like, we don't agree with, it's like, as long as and that's what these bubbles are, these, like, we insulate ourselves with a bunch of people
Right.
that, like, feel the same way,
Agree
think the
with
same
us,
way,
yeah.
whatever, and so that because the moment we actually say something like, well, I feel like such and such is a bad thing, and then somebody goes, well, actually, let me explain to you why
Right,
I
then you
don't
have
think
to
that's
examine it.
yeah, you know, and you hate that, you hate having to
Yeah.
examine the fact that, like, it's, and I mean, and I it's like when you get into a conversation with somebody who just unilaterally says all organized religion is horrible. And because
Yeah.
I've recently been in a big
They are
discussions with
sons of bitches.
Yeah.
that, like, it's all horrible. And then but
Horrible,
and here's the
horrible.
deal, and that's fine. You can feel that way. You like, and a lot of times it's like, and there's a lot of demonstrable proof that a lot of horrible things have happened because
yeah.
of organized religion. And I
Yeah.
won't disagree with that anyway.
No.
But here's
Yeah.
the deal. Those same people then, they're like, well, why do you feel that way? They focus on Christianity. And I was just
Mhm.
like, and which fine, whatever. Because there's tons of
Them
shit that
sons of
happened in the
bitches.
name of Christianity that is awful. That is
Yeah.
just absolutely awful. But I'm like, well, what are your thoughts about other religions? And they're like, what do you mean? Well, I mean, what about
Yeah. What about Zoroastrianism?
what about
Huh? Anything like
Judaism?
that?
Yeah, what about them guys?
what
They still
what about
around?
Judaism? What about Muslim? What about
Right.
Taoist? And they're like, well, it's like, that's right, because one, you don't want to say anything negative about any of those, because then somebody might be saying, hey, aren't you being a little racist here? If you're talking about,
Mm,
you're saying the Jewish religion's poor or something like that, you know, are you
mm.
Them sons
you,
of
you,
bitches.
but you know, they don't want to, you know. So we always want to focus, as long as we're going to have problems with things, we want to focus on the easy targets. We want to focus
Right.
on the ones where we can have everybody else. And it's the same thing. I mean, and I'm not, and I'm certainly not drawing a parallel to somebody having a problem with organized religion as somebody who's racist or something like that. But when
Right,
racists
right.
are like, oh, you know, I want to spout my fucking horrible racist beliefs, they're not going to do it around a bunch of people that don't agree with them. They're going to, like, wait until they're back out their backwater
Right.
piece of shit clubs where they all want to sit around and talk about, you know, whatever, you know, white supremacist bullshit that they're going to say, because, you
Yeah.
know, because they don't want to have to deal with somebody disagreeing with them.
Right.
And I've reached a point where it's just, I just maybe just being more what's the word?
Ready?
I don't have the strength anymore to, like, I mean, and you wonder, why is it, and this is, I mean, and lots smarter people than me have definitely, you know, I mean, for example, like, I got into a really vehement argument with somebody, because my viewpoints changed so much as I grew up.
We know.
Like 4 or 5 years ago, I got a really big argument with somebody who was a friend of mine, and who was a friend of mine for many years. We were talking about you know, these places in the United States where they were, like, trying to reinstitute some sort of, like, religious type of teaching in public schools, and, like, you know, things like this. And we were discussing that, and and he was like, this is absolutely awful. I was like, I agree, it's absolutely awful. But if that community in Alabama puts it to a vote, and the majority of the people in that community say this is what we want, then don't we have to respect what they say they want and allow them to do it? And like,
It's an interesting line.
yeah, it's tough. It's like, so I mean, and then it kind of blossomed and got even larger and bigger. And we were, like, talking about, and I was just like, and then I was just like, and he's like, well, then if people want to like teach that, they should pull their kids out of school. And I was like, well, okay, fine. And I was like, but then if we're saying that, then I mean, well, you know, do we allow them to teach those things? I mean, I said you're having a huge problem with like these. I mean, if you have racist parents and they have children,
Yeah.
do we allow them to teach their racist shit to their kids? Because
Right,
that
yeah, it's an
continues
interesting question.
that you know, and
You don't have a choice. It's their kids.
and so, well, here's the deal. So he and I said to him, I said, would you advocate taking those children from those people?
Right.
Because they are and he's like, I don't know. And he's like, you know, he's like, yeah, I think I would. And I was like, see, that's, you know, then all well and good, right? Because I agree with you that, like, you know, racism shouldn't be taught and this, that, and another thing. But what if the world changes in some little backwoods area in Alabama where they were like, well, we're not going to let you keep your kids at home if you're going to teach them not to be racist.
Right.
So we're going to take your kids out because, hey, it was okay this way. I was like, it's a shitty little thing. Now that's an extreme example, but at that time I was like, I just don't think it's our job to come into somebody else's family and tell them how to raise their kids. It's just something where you can't do that. It's like we have, you know, in the last year or two, I'm like, fuck those racists. We're taking their kids. I have completely
switched a little bit on that.
I've completely, which, you know, 4 or 5 years ago,
Right.
I would have been like, yeah, that sucks. But I mean, it's one of those things where you can't cross that line. I mean, it's just
Right.
like you know, it's like there's so much personal liberty there. And then like that's one of the things too. And I do firmly believe that we are conditioned as we get older to just become more conservative, mostly because of the fact that the world keeps moving forward and progressing and we just can't keep up. I mean, it's like we just can't keep up with the progression because we have all these deeply ingrained feelings about things that we had when we were young. We just can't keep up with all the different things that are all being altered and changed and growing, and we just it's tough. And it's just like, and so we eventually are, in my opinion, probably still extremely liberal when compared to, say, our parents or grandparents, but to the rest of the world, we are slowly moving right, and we're slowly drifting right and becoming, because our viewpoints are that way.
I don't know if I believe that.
I
I believe most of the world is further right than we are. I mean, yeah,
but I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about the United States. I mean, because, like, I mean, you know, I mean, I don't know what's going on in Lesotho right now, and furthermore, it doesn't matter because it doesn't affect me. It's a landlocked country inside of South Africa.
See, so it doesn't affect you. Fuck them.
Yeah, no, and you
fuck you attitude you have.
I mean, and I mean, you shouldn't haphazardly say fuck them either. I mean, it's just kind of one of those. I know you're joking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it could come off another way.
It's one of those things where, I don't know. I think we're all so eager. We're all so eager, as long as we have that crowd behind us. We're all so eager to stand there and say that we need to, you know, do this, that, and the other thing. But as soon as that crowd starts like dissipating behind us, it gets tougher and tougher to say it. And
totally.
I don't know.
Not really, because when you have a disability, like when you go through shit, you lose a lot of people right away. You know?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like people who want to say things along the lines of like, oh, you know, organized religion is horrible. Okay, so what? Ban all organized religion?
Yes, ban them all. Every one of them.
Tear down all the churches. Tear down everything.
I don't think. What is that?
It's a mammoth.
Mammoth. I don't think religion is, even the Catholic Church, and I was a Catholic, and I have my own reason, and it wasn't anything. It wasn't like the child molesting or anything like that. It was actually conflict between my grandparents and my mother, but my grandfather was heavily, and I seen him change his view right before he died. Like, he gave up on it. You know, So it's the organized religion. I don't blame it's, and everybody on another religion is going to look at the weaker points of the opposite sect of religion or religion in general. Yeah,
Right.
but and
Or
even the
points
atheists,
of disagreement.
they make up, the made up man and whatever they
Mhm.
think. These are personal beliefs. You're not going to change anybody's decision on that. It's, but people just like to bitch about it. That's why more part of it was getting away from the internet is that it's just I've been around a lot of people of different religions and faiths and colors and creeds, and they do not interact like they do what you see on the television.
Yeah.
We've what it with racism and sexism and stuff like that. But we talk it out, and we may not see each other's point all the time, but we can still live with each other. To me, the internet's it's not reality. Even the news is getting like that because I know it's all ratings and shit. It's the negative. You never see the positive side of this country on the news. Yeah. Even local news is getting like that. I noticed.
Mhm.
That's part of why I got away from it, and being in the hospital changed all that. It's like I said, I had to deal with myself.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I'm not closed up like that. But like I said, when you do have a lot of people disappear. It's just they come around once in a while and then they just slowly taper off completely. Yeah, so I don't think my world's closed. I talked to like the cop across the street. We have vastly different opinions on opioids. Vastly, but we get along. Yeah. Uh, so it's when you bury yourself in the negativity, and I know you can't help it, Lance, because you're PR, but it just affects you.
Mm.
I don't think it's healthy for us, but then again, they said the same thing about TV and radio and all the technologies before. Yeah.
Right. Every single time.
Yeah.
Actually, every single time they said, "Oh, this is going to cause world peace."
Yeah.
Because we're going to understand each other. Why would we have wars?
We'll never get there. There's too much greed.
Every time there's a new form of communication, it's going to bring about world peace.
Too much greed in the world. Yeah. But yeah, I believe you're right. People want to be confirmed about their beliefs and all. Like I said, with religion, I don't believe in any organized religion because man's bastardized religion in the past. You said it yourself, the Crusades and all that other stuff in the name of religion. Even now it's going on. But I do believe in the general idea of all the religions, and they're very similar. Yeah, not the main ones that I've looked at. They're very similar. Yeah, they all mean well. Yeah, and I'm sure on individually your community's religion means well. It's just you get bigger organization, there's always corruption. Yeah,
it's pretty tough to avoid that.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where I mean, it's like anything, right? You accept some of the negative outcome of a thing for the positive that it gives you.
Yeah.
So you literally have billions of people that find comfort and solace in their faith that brings them happiness and whatever. It's like a club, right? It's a club that they get to go to where everybody feels the same way as they do, and there's a community and there's a thing that allows them to process what's going on in their lives and be content and happy and whatever. So do you accept, do you work to minimize the amount of bad that comes out of that as much as possible while still allowing it to exist so that people can get their happiness and comfort from the process? And the answer is yes. I can't imagine saying no, but there are people out there who will tell you no.
Right.
Tear it all down because the whole thing's horrible and stupid. And maybe they're right. I don't know. What do I know?
Well, we've had religion since pretty much the beginning of mankind. I mean,
As far
so
as we know, yeah. we've
yeah,
wanted
it's,
to
it's
explain the
around
world
for a
around us.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think it'll ever go away. Maybe the forms we have now will, but religion in some form will be around forever. Yeah, I believe. It'll change like it has, Even Christianity and all them has changed in the 2,000 years it's been around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But like people have different views.
I don't know. I was going to ask you, and now since we and talk about actually, have you ever been to Essen, Evan?
No, I'm gearing up to go next year.
Gearing up,
Actually,
like
yeah.
what? You're working on your German or what?
I actually did.
Where's the red light district?
I was planning. That's in the Netherlands. I was
Sorry.
planning to get back on Duolingo and start back up my German. But no, I'm like making it real by telling people that I'm gonna go, and talking to my wife about, like, hey, like planning to go to this. I'm manifesting it. And I think I'll have a couple of games to promote hopefully next year at Essen too. So it kind of will make sense for me to be there also. Plus, I've just always wanted to go, and I'll get to see Josh.
Yeah, we don't like Josh.
Maybe
Well, hopefully,
if he
Hopefully.
allows it to happen.
yeah. If he deigns me worthy, obviously Prince Laubkowitz gets to choose who he spends time with. Yeah, no, I'm planning to go.
Yeah, I mean, I've been once. It was cool.
It once was enough.
No, I would go again. I absolutely would go again.
His wife won't let him.
No, it has nothing to do with it either. I mean, if it does fall on our anniversary, I mean, I wouldn't go anyway.
Oh yeah, right.
But I mean, it's yeah, it's absolutely a situation where I would go again. It's not really it's not a board game convention. It's just it's a trade show. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that sounds good to me.
no, I mean, hey, it's super cool. I
Yeah.
mean, it's and there's all kinds of cool things to check out and see, what have you.
Yeah.
But it is certainly it's not like a Gen Con where like, oh hey, demo this game, or no, it's like, here, buy this. Oh, where do I play it? I don't care, buy it. It's like,
Yeah.
we have the game set up over here so you can look at what's inside the thing. Oh, how do I play? I don't know, just buy it. Just like, it just
Buy the game.
yeah, give me 60 euros and get out of here.
Next. One question. Next.
Yeah. I mean,
No, but I think because I've always wanted to go. I think it'll coincide with a couple of releases. I don't know. Yeah, I think it'll be good.
yeah, no, I mean, it's just
So if you did go, where else would you go?
Me?
Yeah.
I think, I mean, it depends on, timing and stuff, but Jenna and I have been talking about buying her parents a trip to Germany.
Germany.
So it might be kind of cool to coincide, them all coming, and then obviously, for that, 5 days or whatever, I'd be mostly doing that, but like maybe we'd all go for like 2 weeks.
No.
And so I wouldn't be around for 5 days, but then meet up with them wherever they're at in Germany. I would love to, or even go a week early. Like if they're not going to go, then I could hang out, with Josh or something for 4 or 5 days. I don't know. I think those are the two big options. I'm not sure what else I would do.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to go over there to visit a couple places, Holland, Austria, a couple places.
Yeah.
With Babe. He was going back there after I think it was 50 years or something.
Oh well.
I didn't have enough time to get a passport, I think it was.
Oh, I see.
And I regret not going on that. But other than that, I don't think I'd like to go to Ireland. But other than that, I don't really think there's a lot more in this country I'd like to see.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot here, but there's a lot of other places too. You know, I've really enjoyed most of my travel.
Yeah, I did. Well, Jen likes to go to the same. Well, I've been to Orlando so many times. I'm tired of it, you know. And I like to go out west more. You know, the West Coast. I like to see Oregon. And
Oh, that place sucks.
the redwoods and all that. Not the people. Fuck Portland, but
Oregon, yeah, especially game designers in Portland. They're the worst.
Vegas.
Oh, they
I'd
are
like
the
to
worst.
go out there. I'd like to go to the desert. I've never seen a desert.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I heard. I like to see
Incredible.
the stars and all that. Out.
Mhm.
I can't hear. There's just like I've been up the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains. There's still
Yeah.
light. You can still see lights and shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could just see little towns and all that.
Yeah. Did you ever do the trail?
I did the first 100 miles from Georgia to one of the Carolinas. I got a kidney stone.
Oh, that's awful.
Quit bragging.
I can't remember which
I got
Carolina
two.
was. My brother went up to Virginia,
Mhm.
and then he skipped PA,
Yeah.
and he did northern Jersey to
Yeah.
New York somewhere. Yeah, he was on about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. Wow.
Our intention was to go straight through to Maine. It just didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
But different breed of people down there. Nice. It was culture shock, but
I'm sure.
you know they were nice people.
Yeah.
I thought about doing it later on, and then it just didn't work out in the way. You know.
Yeah.
One point I thought about paralleling it on a bicycle,
Oh,
and
that'd be
then
cool.
yeah. But
And then you came to your senses, or what?
no, I don't think I could ride a bicycle.
Then I realized I
with the
hate
left.
riding bicycles.
Nah, it's not that. That'd be quicker than hiking the trail. That's a
Yeah,
6-month journey, you know.
Yeah.
Once, but hey, it's like riding a bicycle. You never forget how.
Oh, I
I
wish
can-
I could. The horrors.
The
The hard. Nah, it wasn't.
horror.
The approach
Oh.
trail was tough. It was. I didn't really train for it. Like I was working up until 3 days before we left. You know, it was
Yeah.
the approach trail was tough on me. I remember we
did-
couldn't find the water spot. I was dehydrating. That was
Oh,
the
no.
whole thing. I was dehydrating most of it.
Wow.
I remember teaching both of my kids how to ride bike. I have never, it's just like I tried to remember myself, because you just can't, because you learn how to ride a
Right.
bike when you're like 4 or 5 years old. I mean,
Right.
the only thing I remember from riding bike was I remember I love riding bike, but I needed an adult to hold the bike in place so I
You
could
got
get on
on.
it
Yeah.
and then hold it while I started pedaling. And once I started pedaling, I was good to go. I
Yeah,
was like,
right.
yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm good to go now.
As long
I'm
as I don't
pedaling.
ever stop, I'm golden.
Yeah, I'm golden, right? And I remember it was like a Saturday morning or something. And I remember I got up and I was up before anybody else, and I really wanted to go for a bike ride. And I remember must have been, really early or whatever. And I remember I went into my parents' bedroom, and I woke my mom up really early. And I was like, Mom, can you come outside and hold the bike so I can go bike riding? And I remember she told me that she's like, I am too tired. Get out of here. When I wake up, I'll do it. And I remember I went outside and I sat there and I was staring at my old banana seat, green Schwinn.
Oh,
And I just sat there and I was just like, well, I'm gonna have to figure this out on my own then. And I remember, and that was like
It's
when
time.
and I was just like, so I remember trying to balance, and I got you get the one pedal up so it's ready to go, and then you get your foot on it and go. And I was like, oh, here we go. And I was just like,
Yeah.
and as soon as I did it, I was like, well, screw you, Mom. I don't need you anymore.
I don't need you.
Yeah, I'm off. Yeah. And it was
I've got
true.
this figured out. I won't need anything else from you ever.
But I remember both of my kids trying to
I'm
teach them
running
how to
away.
teach them how to ride a
Mhm.
bike.
Yeah.
I mean, them just being both terrified, just absolutely terrified.
Mm.
The idea, because when you got those training wheels on, they're going like crazy because they can do anything they want, never gonna
Right.
fall, never gonna do anything. But once, man,
Oh yeah.
once you're like, okay, we're taking these off, and we're gonna figure this out. I mean, oh, just both, like you had basically said, see if you can avoid the machine gun bullets. You know, just like it was.
And go.
I mean, to the
Go.
point of where, like, I mean, my daughter was just like, yeah, I'm just like, you can do it. It'll be fine. You know, you're holding onto the back of the bike and like you're like running along with them, you know, as they're going. And like you're just keep pedaling. But then they get scared and they stop.
Right,
you know,
right,
because
right.
yeah, you're like, no, keep going, you had it. You know, and then like just I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to you know, just let me go back inside. And you're just like, I promise you, once this works, you will
If
be
you keep
fine.
Pedaling, you'll be
Ye-
fine.
You'll be absolutely fine. You have to get past it, man, and they eventually do. They get
Yeah.
past it. But I mean,
Yeah.
man, getting to that point is it is impossible. It is so tough. It's just and you as a parent, you're losing your mind. You're just like,
Push
You
the
just-
pedal.
just do it. Just do it. What is wrong with you? No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Everything's
Mm.
fine. Dad's not
Great. My
mad.
kid's an idiot.
Yeah.
You know, just like
I
At least
always
you admitted,
suspected.
Evan.
I always suspected.
you know, gritting your teeth the entire
This
time.
proves it.
No. Don't be upset. You're fine. You're fine. Everything's fine.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm not losing my patience. No, this is great.
Well, it's like our cat getting out this morning. I just, you know, it's like my daughter has a hole in her screen because one of the cats dug a hole through the screen and like, you know, and got out. This small cat, just she's an escape artist. She just runs away all the time, you know, and like, but if you catch her and notice it, like, you know, there's two places she hides. And then this morning when she got out, she wasn't in either of the two places. And I was like, great, we lost her cat. You know, it was gonna be cold tonight, it's gonna freeze. You know, I was like,
Yeah.
we gotta find that cat. I remember just being, and like my daughter knows that she has a hole in her, you know, and she got hot in the middle of the night, so she opened up her window, and that's fine because her door is closed. There's no cats in the room. But this morning she got up, she opened up her door, she just came upstairs, didn't think anything of it, you know.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
after about 25 minutes, I was feeding the one cat.
Where's
like-
the?
Where's Smalls? And I was just like, I went downstairs and her door's wide open, the window's open, and it's just like
Huh?
the wind's coming in. I was like, God damn it. I was just like, and I mean, I lost my freaking temper, you know, because I'm I really like that cat. I was just like, if you fucking lost my, you know, it's just like, I'm just trying to like get, and I'm like, don't yell at her. Don't yell at her. It's not going to help. Oh my
Right.
God, I am going to yell. You know, just like,
Here it comes. I can't stop.
I can't stop it. And I felt
Rage
horrible.
building.
Just,
Mhm.
I felt horrible. I felt like you know, you feel awful, and it's just like you just like, and he's trying to. It's like, you know, and after I, you know, and I like I said, I found her. I went out, you know, and
Yeah.
I went out and found the cat, and you know, got her back, and you know, just the whole 9 yards. And I was just like, I sent my daughter a picture of me holding the cat, you know, saying I found her. Just because, you know, I'm just like, I'm sorry. I shouldn't yell. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm a horrible human.
Yeah. You know.
Just like, but man, being a parent, it is. You just wait, man. You wait until you're a little young one who's now just all sweetness and light, and then
Yeah.
and it turns on you, and you're just
Yeah.
like,
They always turn.
Demon spawn.
yes, just
Yeah.
what have I done? What have I done? I've done nothing. I've done nothing but give you love and provided, and I've
What
done.
have I done to
everything.
deserve this?
Yes. I don't know why they're.
12
You know-
hours of labor for what? For this?
Yeah.
You know what's a dumb thing. Here's a dumb thing that I hate. I absolutely despise people on the line talking about D&D stories because all of them seem not true. It's like it just feels like it's one of those stories like, wouldn't it be cool if, and because it's the internet, I can just say it happened in my D&D game. But
We
no,
all have those things that happen, though, right? I mean, we've all had those happen where you're like, no one's gonna believe this, but it was amazing.
well, no, but the dumb thing about D&D stories is like, of course it happened because you wanted it to happen. The DM was like, wouldn't it be cool if the two Tarrasques were playing ping pong? Yeah, so the two Tarrasques play ping pong. You know, it's just like that's not like a weird happenstance within a board game or a video game that has extremely
Right.
structured rules. You know, I mean, it's just
Right.
like it's just because you decided it. You know, it's just like it's like writing a book. And in the book, you decide, wouldn't it be funny if this happened? Yeah, you wrote it. Of course it happened. It didn't happen randomly. It didn't, you know, if the story is one of those things where it's like perfect example, like perfect example in a D&D game we were playing like a year ago. Like literally the party was being chased by basically it's called a hooked horror, and it's like this big monster, and it was way powerful than anybody in the party, and we were playing Dungeon Crawl Classic. So by the strict letter of the rules, a cleric in those rules can basically beg for divine aid in like, and they basically put all of their spiritual power into one, you know, blessed request from their god for assistance in this moment of greatest need. And so the cleric said, you know, this like level 2 cleric, and this is like a 8 hit dice monster. He tells everybody run, and he prayed to Crom or whatever his god was. It's like, you know, grant me, you know, call upon the power of the heavens, you know, strike this creature down as this thing's just charging down, and he's standing there, you know, watching this like frothing death charge at him. And he came down to like, and you know, he figured out everything, spending all this power, his wisdom, all these things. You know, it's like, okay, I got a plus 12 to my roll. I need to get a 25. So he's like, I need a 13 or better on this D20 roll, and this will work. Okay, fine. Rolls 1. You know, like everybody's watching it. 1. And I said, the thing doesn't even get a chance to kill you as the lightning bolt comes straight down and hits you and atomizes you. You know, Crom destroys you, and the thing runs through your disintegrated body and proceeds on to like murder the next guy down the hallway. I mean, yeah, that's because it was a bad roll and it was like a cool moment or whatever. Like, but all these like things where it's like,
what is best in life?
Yes, yeah. To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, to hear the lamentation of their women. No, and it's just like you know, but you read these stories where it's just like, and then the Drow shopkeeper turned out to be my uncle's best friend. So can you believe it? No, I because you just decided that. It was just because it would be a cool story. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
What's your argument?
I don't know.
You had the need to just share that story. They had the need to share their story.
But no, but it isn't. But it isn't a story. It's like it's a. Wouldn't it be cool if, you know, like that's what it is. It isn't like it's an emerging thing. It's just like you all decided as it on a table to just come up with a story that's really cool. Great,
and
super.
Is really fun to share.
I don't know. It just
wants to share, Grandpa.
And that's fine. But those things. I mean, I like emerging narrative stuff, right? Like stuff that like comes from random roles, so you have things that kind of just, you know. I mean, I had a character in a D&D game like a million years ago where he was just this thief that stole from the party constantly, and he was just completely crooked, and he was horrible. And it's just like, and the entire party hated him, but they kept him around or whatever. And at the very end, like basically, it became a free-for-all. Like the last thing happened, like basically like some of the party wanted to go one way and go with basically the usurper of the king, and some people wanted to stay with the king. And so this battle happened, and I chose to be on the usurping, and like boom, people started dropping. And I was like, and I remember I was like, it was just like, they were like, this is going to be sweet. But as my thief is like running, trying to like, he's like as they're cutting him down, I was just like the entire, I don't deserve this. I've done nothing to deserve this. To the very end, he still believed that he had done nothing. I've done nothing wrong. I can't believe you're treating me like this. He's like, they're like, admit you were wrong, beg for mercy, and we'll let you go. But I don't deserve this.
Never.
You're the ones that have happened.
Never. Oh yeah. I mean, we all have those good stories that are fun to share, It's like, well, who cares that we came up with it as a group, Like, it's cool.
Yeah. I don't know.
Grandpa.
What?
We all had them stories.
Okay, boomer.
Spartacus.
Okay, boo. It's like, if we were sitting around a campfire and we're telling stories of, the forest spirits, like just because it came from somewhere.
Sasquatch.
Or Sasquatch.
Forest spirits. What?
I'm just saying, like,
Isn't that what Sasquatch is to the Native Americans?
Stories are fun to tell to one another, like, and sometimes they have more meaning than that, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
We just, we're storytellers, but like that's humans are storytellers, man.
They always have. Cave paintings.
Yeah.
There's lots of people who don't tell stories.
Well, okay, that's fair.
But there's always somebody in the group.
Yeah. You are the storyteller of this group.
You're the one full of shit. Yes, we know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's a silly thing to get annoyed by, but man, it just really annoys me.
It's like at the game store, standing behind the counter, you're kind of subject to whoever wants to stand there and talk at you.
Oh God, you see those people and you just know they're just like, yeah.
That is a good magic card. You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's pretty cool.
You got two of them. All right, cool. Nice, man.
Yeah, just
that's really neat.
And they always do that. Well, just like, I guess it's
gotta hang up these play mats.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and do some inventory or something. Yeah, just hope you go die in a fire.
And that's why I don't deal with people anymore.
No.
I worked at a hoagie shop. Food brings out the worst.
It's one of those things though too, where like those people, like, you are their social outlet.
Yeah.
For that certain brand of person that doesn't understand that they're not having a conversation, that they're just talking at you.
Yeah.
Like you're helping them build those skills. So even if it's maybe not super fun,
but they don't really build the skills though. That's the whole problem. Is
well, like, I've seen people grow and change over years of seeing them at the shop, get more and more comfortable in social settings, and I've seen change.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I've like absolutely like, it's just one of those things where I've absolutely seen that like people, they just, if they don't get it, it's like they just never will.
Well, sometimes it does take a kickstart, like where like they may or may not ever get it on their own unless somebody takes them aside and it's like, hey man, did you know that when you like talk at somebody, they'll give you signs as to whether or not you should keep on that conversation, and you can choose to pick them up or not. And they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And they're like, well, like the other day you were talking to this person about this, and they didn't want to have that conversation, but you kept right on going. And they go, oh crap, really? And then depending on their relationship with the person who's telling them that, sometimes people go, oh crap, well, I don't want to do that. I want to grow and change and pick up cues and learn when, I don't know. I've seen positive growth and change.
It's by a time.
I always look for that too.
Depends on the person.
Yeah.
I think it's just Gramps over here sees the worst in humanity.
I was
Well,
looking
it
for the
is.
best.
It is amazing that humanity never seems to fail if you're looking for the worst. So
That's true.
That's true.
they
That's true.
you'll never go broke appealing to the least common denominator. So
That's true. It's true.
a sad but true
Yeah.
assessment of this godforsaken world. But
Good God.
the
only one we
I
have.
don't know. Yeah. So we, I keep saying we got to do more of the I gotta do more of the game show stuff, but whenever I'm like, I'm gonna put this thing together, I'm gonna do this thing, I never get it done. Never get it done on time. So
Focus.
What are you gonna do?
I do have to focus. I
Focus.
do. I wish there was a good
Focus.
way to do the password game. Like I wish,
Password.
well, like the classic old
password
game show.
is-
Yeah, the password
Oh.
password is tuxedo. And then
Yeah.
you want and then you have two groups. Like it's just like
Black.
no, they get one word. They get one
jacket.
word. And then the whole thing is that you want to go first or second. Well, if you go first, you think you got a great clue, then you'll get the most points, which is 10. But if you want to play off of what the other person's word is, then so you go.
Yeah.
So the first person goes wedding, and then they're like celebration, and then they're like, what's your thing? And it's like uniform. They're like tuxedo, ding ding ding, 9 points.
Yeah.
Like you want to go first or second, that kind of thing. But the thing about it
You
is
wanna go
that
second.
it's like it's one of those things where if you do that right, you have to there has to be some way for the people that aren't supposed to know what the word is, for me to convey it in some way. Like maybe if it's a card I could hold up to the
Mhm.
thing, like, all right, turn off your video, so you're so you can't see or something like that, that one of those things, and then you could do it. But I don't know, it's just like that. We did Family Feud for a while, which was okay.
Yeah.
It was all right.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was-
Is that still on?
Yeah, see, have you noticed that the Alaboom is slowly dwindling in numbers, Lance? It's because no game show.
No game show. We're doing the numbers. I didn't know we had
I'm
numbers
sure.
to dwindle from.
I'm sure it's got a lot to do with it.
Or the world is opening back up and people aren't spending as much time online. But it's probably the no game show.
What do you mean opening back up?
I do
over
like the
here's been
Family
open
Feud
up for
theme
months,
song.
a year almost.
The Family Feud theme song.
The hell's COVID?
It is pretty good.
It's very jazzy.
Yes.
It's so good.
It is.
A Family Feud.
Are
With
there any
your
game
host.
shows anymore? Which
Yeah,
host?
there's been actually Snoop Dogg's have a few.
Oh, really?
There's a couple rappers. What was the other one? Yeah, it's had like a resurgence lately.
That's cool.
Well, good for the dog.
Yeah. There's somebody else. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Howie Mandel, I think, has one again.
Did you think Snoop thought that this was gonna be his thing? Like this many years after.
You know what I'm gonna do?
I don't think
gonna
Snoop
get into
expected
rap.
to live this long. To be honest with you,
Game shows.
it's,
That's where I really see my dream.
well, no, he was really dumb as a kid, So
Was he?
It's not, yeah.
I would host a game show. Why not? It'd be fun.
Yeah, I honestly
I
don't
don't
think
think I'd be very
Snoop
good
planned to
at it.
live this long. When he was a kid, it was a different world back then for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Same with me. I didn't expect to get out of the hood. Yeah.
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 Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, they've had a resurgence lately, the game shows.
It's fun.
Well,
Look
it's
at
almost
Jeopardy. It had all that thing with, what's her name? Maya or Mia?
Maya. Maya.
The girl from the Big Bang Theory. She was Blossom. She's a brain surgeon, I think.
Oh,
What the hell is
Maya
that?
Bialik.
Maya Bialik. That's what it, yeah. So Jeopardy's still around. Yeah.
She also played the young Bette Midler in Beaches.
Oh,
I don't know if I've seen Beaches.
I haven't seen that like since the 80s.
Yeah,
That
was
was
like
the
unique,
that was the movie that was like the
Who was that?
two
Barbara
the,
Streisand was that?
no it
Who else was
was
in that?
it was Bette Midler and
somebody else.
oh gosh, who was the other
Meryl
and then
Streep? No, Cher. Cher?
no
Who was Cher?
no it wasn't. Beaches was
Wasn't
and
it
then
Cher?
the whole premise behind it, I don't want to get up, but the whole premise behind it was there was the two girls that were like
Yeah.
that met at a summer
Well, it's
camp or something
1988. I got it.
and then became best friends or whatever, and then the one is got HIV or
Barbara
dying of AIDS.
Hershey.
Barbara Hershey, there you go, yeah. And she like
There it
gets
is.
she gets HIV or AIDS through a blood transfusion or something like that, and she's dying, and it's
Yeah, and I was like, what? That's possible?
and that's
What?
that the wind beneath our wings was the song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
88.
Was-
I
I
was
think I
10.
think I watched that with a girlfriend or something. I don't know.
because you're old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
Is
it based on a true story? Not quite.
Um
88.
as Mitch Hedberg used to say, when something says inspired by a true story, that doesn't mean the story has anything to do with what you're watching.
Yeah.
I once saw a picture of a moose and it inspired me to write this movie.
Look at Fargo.
Ah, yeah.
That last Elvis movie inspired by Richard.
I just
Did you-
rewatched
I didn't see that.
as background noise.
It's
I
okay.
rewatched Walk the Line, which is free on YouTube right now. The
Did you ever
old
watch-
It's on YouTube
yeah.
Walk
with
Hard.
Joaquin
With
Phoenix.
Yeah, that
Joaquin,
was
yes.
Joaquin.
I did not know. It didn't click to me that he was River Phoenix's brother for many years. It did not click. Yeah. I just speaking of, he was in Signs. You know, it's just you don't realize it until years later. Yeah, like when they're starting out. Oh yeah, he was in that. Like Jason Momoa. There's a couple things I've seen recently with him in it when he's starting out. Yeah. You forget about the characters and all.
Yeah.
Oh, so
It-
he was in stuff before Game of Thrones.
Momoa, yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can see kind of the progression, like The Rock. You know, he was in a bunch of
Yeah.
things, standing tall and all that, or walking
Yeah.
tall, whatever. Before he became as huge as he is, I don't understand that, but he's a big boy, that Rock, and it's like they got to cut the sleeves and shit off for him. He's a big boy. Yeah, I don't understand being that big.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a big dude. I like him.
Did you
man.
see?
He's-
Did you see that he hasn't? The Rock hasn't decided not to run for president. He's just going to right now take time to focus on his family before he decides to run for president of the United States of America.
So that's
You can do
code
it.
for I'm thinking about next run. I don't know. It's like I read Schwarzenegger's book. It's the scrutiny you go under, you know, like the family shit they dig up and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rock seems like a cool dude and all, but I'm sure he's got skeletons in his closet.
I'm
You
sure.
know, and I'm sure he doesn't want to relive that. You
Yeah.
know.
There was probably a time in his life where he said some stupid stuff.
Oh, we all have, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But we didn't have social media back then to
Right.
bring it back up and then have you shameful for shit you did 30 years ago. Yeah, being a politician, it's a weird, it's a special breed for that, I guess. Exposing yourself like that and all the scrutiny,
I wouldn't want to do it.
the thankless job.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, it's not thankless. You have
get-
a great deal of power and
And
influence and
You get money,
wealth.
but I say it's a thankless job. There's a difference there. Yeah. What was the last time you thanked a politician?
Not often.
Yeah.
I guess I recently spoke to a school board member who I appreciate his takes on things, and I told him I would vote for him again. So that was like in the last week.
Oh, you special.
What else you got?
I'm just saying, like a union rep, that's a thankless job thing, too. It's
Well, I'm pretty sure he felt thanked.
no, I did not.
No, the school board member that I.
Oh, him, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, but it's very rare. I mean,
I think you get. I mean, depends on where you're at in politics, but I think you get a whole lot of glad handing. Where lots of people are.
yeah, but to me
Blowing
that's
smoke up
meaningless.
your ass.
Well, they may not even be able to see it. Yeah, you got a point. To me, that's meaningless. It's
Well, yeah, but if you're in that position,
yeah. If you're in that world, you just don't realize it.
you're probably like, oh yeah, I'm doing a good job. Everybody tells me so.
My father was a state legislator, and
Oh yeah, that's cool.
That was a thankless job, wasn't it? You should have asked him.
like he said, it was something that he always wanted to do, and
Yeah.
so he did. I mean, and
But I think it was different back then. Back then, it was like a civil duty to people.
It was like 15 years ago. It wasn't like ancient history.
No, but I'm still saying with it now, it's more shock value to me. It's it's the name recognition or something. It's not like it used to be to me. And I think it's changed in the last probably decade.
What
Yeah.
he said more than anything was that it was really nice that if he was bored and he wanted a free meal, there was always somebody willing to take him out if they just listened to them. If he just take a few moments to listen to whatever it is that they needed somebody to vote for, like I want to be able to ride my 4-wheeler on the interstate. Can you make that happen for me? Yeah.
I could use some lunch. Sure.
Yeah, I could use some lunch, and I'll listen
Why
to
not?
you.
I've signed bills into law for less. Yeah.
So
Yeah. The politicians I dealt with just I don't like that breed. I dealt with governors and mayors and Philly and state reps with the union.
It's one of those things where like people get into stuff for different reasons, and there's different groups of people within it. Like people become doctors for different reasons. Some people, it's good money. Some people want the prestige. Some people want to help people. Or combinations thereof.
I'm sure it always
I'm
starts
sure
off
it's the
that
same
way.
in politics.
Yeah. I'm sure it always starts off that way. It's just the system
Yeah.
changes.
System. Yeah.
damn system.
Damn system.
Dang system.
Mhm.
It's the system that gets you.
System.
All right, now I'm gonna get out of here because I'm
All right.
tired.
Oh.
All right.
But
Everyone in the chat, I hope you appreciated my half of an unboxing. My awesome skills and my even better webcam.
There you go. I
2 out of
guess
3 ain't bad.
see everybody next week, I suppose.